We're diving into the fascinating intersection where personal success doesn't just reflect on your company, it fuels its growth, especially in the fast-paced world of digital wealth management. Our panelists are here today to unpack why building your personal brand is no longer just a nice to have, it's a game changer for amplifying your company's reputation and reach. They'll explore how integrating personal branding with cutting-edge digital strategies can do more than just keep businesses afloat, it can help it soar above the competition. So please, let's welcome our moderator to the stage, Ina Oom. Ina will be accompanied on stage today by the panelists, Nidhi Segal Gasson, Dr. Lisa McKee, Bello Tongo, and Cesar Ponce de Leon. Please give them a round of applause.
Thank you, good morning. I'm delighted to see you all at this panel discussion this morning. Why your personal brand matters for you and your company. Well, I'm a little bit jet lagged. I arrived last night, but I'll introduce myself shortly and then the panelists. I'm Ina Oom, Miss Marketing. I'm from the Netherlands and I've been doing this my entire life. But for the last 11 years as an entrepreneur, even worked across the ocean in the Dutch Caribbean on Bonaire, and recently reintegrated to the Netherlands. Also a columnist for the Marketing Tribune, and I'm really delighted to introduce one of my co-professionals in the business. First, next to me, Miss Nidhi Segal, who will share insights from her extensive experience at an agency in environments and interplay between personal conviction and corporate identities. Next to her, Mr. Bello Tongo, who will highlight how personal integrity drives trust in competitive markets. Then Dr. Lisa McKee, a true tech marketeer, who will share insight from her extensive experience, thought leader in personal branding and strategic authenticity. And then last but not least, Mr. Cesar Ponce, who integrates authenticity with leadership to create meaningful personal branding and corporate branding. We will try to discuss over the next 45 minutes some questions and topics relating to personal branding. If there are any questions, please raise your hands. There will also be some time after the 45 minutes to address deep dive questions if necessary or wishful. But before we start, it's perhaps a little bit of a blunt question, but does everybody know or comprehends the meaning of branding and personal branding? I think we're all professionals, so it would caught me by surprise if it was otherwise. And I would like to start off with the first question for all the panelists. It's a fundamental question. In your opinion, why is personal branding so critical for a company's brand? And can you share one key belief or insight from your own experience? Let's start with Dr. Lisa.
So for me, it was separating who I am, different and separate from my organization. When we speak, the first first question is, well, where do you work and what do you do? And so oftentimes my organization was part of my identity. And in technology, we change jobs a lot, and I'm a consultant, and so I work with a lot of organizations. So for me, that was the biggest driver of separating my brand as a person and individual from that of my organization, but also understanding that who I am drives business to the company as well, because organizations are there because of what you bring to the table and what you value and the opportunities that you have to offer.
Yeah, please. Please.
I think personal branding is very essential, especially if you want to grow your business, right? I mean, if your business scales, then you're going to be more exposed to being in many, many mediums. And so I think caring about personal branding is more of the essence. And I think that, I guess, post-pandemic, we've seen an explosion of digital marketing. And a lot of people not only care about your products or services, the products or services that you're offering, but they also want to know you personally. They want to know where you stand on things, what you care about, and a lot of people make decisions on that. So the question is, how do you want to be known and what type of legacy do you want to leave behind? I think that's why personal branding is so essential.
I think I agree. And I think when you look from an advertising perspective as a marketer, it's so important to work on your personal brand because also you may get a project or a campaign to work on which is specifically in the beginning because of the company. However, if you want to grow the business, it is you and your image, your reputation, your conviction that actually makes them believe that they want to continue their journey with you in the company itself. So thereby, it's very important to kind of look and work on your personal brand because that's going to help you and the company moving forward in the coming years.
Yeah, for me, I think I would simply put it as whether you see any organization or even government, each and every one of those entities don't function on their own. Basically, it's human beings that are behind those organizations and entities. And I think we even saw it recently with the US elections. If you really pay attention to it, it's about what he presented himself as a personal brand that got him capturing the audience that he captured for the votes that he got. So I think personal brand is very important for companies, not just for companies, but for everything that you do. People will judge what you do or whether they want to do business with you or not based on who is behind this. The human being behind it, from the top all the way even down to the team and employees that work behind the company. So that for me is why it really is important. It's people that are behind companies and governments and every other organizational entity that we see. So for me, that's what is important.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, people do business with people. I'm known for mismarketing, over a decade now. So professionally, I'm more recognized by the handle of mismarketing than by their own name. So I'm not sure if that's the best example of personal branding, but it really does resonate in the fact that people like to do business with people and that companies are built out of people as well. So I think that's a nice recap of the first topic or question. I have a specific targeted question for you, Edie. You mentioned the relationship between personal conviction and corporate credibility. How do you think that individual actions and behaviors summarize the perception of a company's brand or image?
Great question. I think as us as marketers, we sometimes also get lost in the world of proving ourselves and also proving the worth of the company as well. However, to work on your personal brand, to work on your own reputation, you need to be prepared to also keep gaining knowledge. If you are stagnant with where you are, you won't be able to provide that added value to yourself, to your brands, to your company, because that's what they want to know, that you are changing the game. For me, when started off, I was into shopper marketing, and then eventually, as the world moved towards digital marketing, integrated campaigns, it became so important to grow along with that trend and kind of gain that bit of knowledge so that when you are going with your clients, you are able to kind of, have that backseat of information provided. You have that conviction that yes, this is what Nidhi is saying as a marketer and not just as a representative of the company as well. So therefore, it's very important that we kind of establish ourselves and also have a learning through the course of as you're growing through as well.
Thank you. Anyone wants to elaborate on that? No? Okay. Then, Dr. Lisa, I have a question for you. You developed a methodology for personal branding that integrates authenticity and credibility. What practical steps would you recommend for the strategy to build a personal brand that aligns with the company's value? Because a personal brand, okay, but it has to complete the company's brand as well. Otherwise, it's a little bit of a mixed message in the market.
Right. Yeah. So what I did was I have a website. So if you go to drlisamckee.com, out there you'll see all of the publications and presentations and research that I've done. So I am a consultant in industry. I also teach full-time at a university, teach graduate classes in cybersecurity and data privacy. So it was separating and really letting people know that I am in a lot of different places. And the solutions and the problems in both education and in organizations are very similar. So as people are asking how do we solve problems, and it's articles and things that I've already written, and sometimes years ago, that was where it started for me, is I kept finding myself Googling my name, finding articles that I've written or things that I'd already done, and so creating a website so that I could bring that all to a centralized platform so that it was easier for people to find. And also as a consultant in building my company, it was a place where people could see who I am and who they're working with. I'm working with a university right now that's looking for AI training. And so I can direct them to my website and say, this is who I am, this is the training that I've done. Because if you don't have something to show, then they're kind of taking a guess at, is this really the values that align with the business and do you represent what the business is that's looking to hire you? So that's what it was for me, is really putting that out there and then bringing that back to the organization. As a security and privacy person, that's what I do for companies. And so tying it all back together with what I do as an individual, things like this, what I do for companies, and then what I do for my company as well.
Yeah, thanks. It's also maybe a nice jump to a question for you. Bello. This is about how you make sure that you have like a plan and added value, etc., etc. You want to be completing the company's brand without disowning your own branding. But then we also have like credibility and integrity. The question for you, because that's something you really have an opinion on, is how you highlight your personal integrity that drives in competitive markets, and how do you integrate it with your personal branding to complete the company's branding as well?
So it's very hard to separate the perception. So when we talk about trust and integrity, it's about perception and also reputation. And it's very hard to separate the perception and reputation that you have of the owner of the company versus that of the company. Think about it, both of them have a profile, right? And if the profile of the owner of the company or the leader of the company doesn't align with the profile or the brand, so to speak, of the company, there's a mismatch. So who do you trust more? As I said earlier, the company is not an existing living entity. So the audience or your market will most likely believe or will be seeing and watching what the owner, or even as I said, the brand of the individual working within the doing. And in order to really fix this issue of perception and reputation that you have of such a profile of that owner of the company, that's his personal brand versus that of the company, is about two things actually. The message that you give out and the actions that you take. If what you are doing, the actions you are doing does not match what you say, and in fact, beyond that, it doesn't match what's on your profile, then people will not trust you. So you have to put, I think, for me, what has worked for me is about putting my own personal brand, or what I say, the message that I say everywhere that I go, during conferences, events, I go meeting stakeholders and customers. That message, I try to align it as best as possible with the message of my company also. And if there is anything in between that doesn't, as I said, align on the personal brand versus the company brand, then I stay away with it. And it's very, very dicey and delicate also, because unfortunately you may slip up sometimes. Depending on the audience you are with, you may say something that doesn't align with what you've been saying about your company. And if you're at a company setting, you may say something that doesn't align with what you've been saying personally as an individual. So for me, I think those two things, not just what you're saying, but as I said, action also. Action speaks louder than voice, as I always say. So what you do as a person in terms of your profile has to match what you do as a company. And I think the best way that you also build a company brand beyond your own personal brand is building the personal brand of your team members also, in a way that as best as possible it aligns also with your personal brand and the brand of their company as well. And if I can just land on this also, for me, even when we're recruiting staff and employees within my company, we try to make sure that during the interview stage, whatever they say or whatever values they represent aligns with the value of the company, or what we term the mission of the company. We keep asking specific questions as to, do you understand the vision of the company? Does it align with you? In what way does this resonate with you? What are your values and things like that? So that's how, for me, we try to make sure that there is close relation with not just my brand, but the company brand, and even that of the team members that we work with.
Yeah. Practice what you preach is the one-liner, I think. Caesar, you want to elaborate?
I think you stole my line, so that's it.
Sorry.
No, but I think authenticity is very essential. I like to define, because a lot of people are like, what is this personal branding, social branding? What's the difference, right? And in reality, I like to put it in simple terms. Personal brand is you. That's it. It's you. It's, I mean, at the core of, or at the essence of everything, it's you. You are the personal brand, right? It's how you carry yourself into the world. I like to think of personal brand as something as, I don't know if you've heard of this term, I use it from somebody else, but it's, the question is this, like, what's people's perception of you when you leave the room? I ask the question, what's people's perspective when you leave the room? And so you have to think about that, and I love what you're saying, because if you are a charismatic leader, right, then that has to go in consistency with how you lead your organization or the organization that you work for. But if you are an inconsistent person, on the other hand, that's going to show. And you might want to dress it up the best way possible. Like you might want to say that we're the best in this and that and the other. But people are going to find out. And you know how people are going to find out? Two ways. The first one, you might lack in your, in delivering value or the product or services that you offer, or somebody's going to work under you and then they're going to see through the glass. And then when they leave, they're going to tell others about the company, they're going to tell others about the reputation. The question is, what type of reputation do you want to have, or what kind of legacy would you like to leave behind? That's the question I ask you. So personal branding, you don't have to overthink it. It's just how you want to be known. It's you at the very essence. And instead of focusing on growing personal brand, I would say focus on your personal growth. And when you focus on your personal growth, that will permeate not just in your business, but in your family life and everything else.
So I would like to add to that and say that you were talking about a lot with how the individual resonates with the organization and making sure that the values are aligned. For me, what it was realizing that my messaging was not in alignment with the organization. I very much focus on individuals and solving problems and working together to find the right solution, and that it's not always a one-size-fits-all. Most businesses do not function that way. They have playbooks, and your problem's the same as the last 15, and so we're going to do the same thing that we've always done. That doesn't really work for me, and it doesn't work for most businesses either. And also approaching sales. If you're a salesperson, you want the sale and you want the commission. And I do sales engineering. I don't care so much about the commission or what that contract is worth. To me, it's how can I help you and your organization. So you talked a lot about that personal aspect. What it did for me was realize that I didn't fit in some of the organizations that I was working at. I may have had good leaders, and the leader was fine, but the leader isn't running the company. My boss is not running the company. And the people at the top is really what drives a lot of that. So, like you said, separating sometimes is really then realizing that you're not aligned, and it's time to separate that. And now I've gone off on my own.
That's quite interesting because when you look at even from a marketing perspective and the advertising industry, there's that thin line, right? You can keep working on your personal brand, but there's also something where you have to kind of pause and say, is it overshadowing the company? Because you kind of can get lost into the clutter of working on yourself that you don't realize that you actually are representing the company as well. So that is something which is key, and I think something which is very interesting that which we were talking about, consistency. And I think consistency is key because today you can, all together go on and say, I have this, and you can be very active on social media, LinkedIn, to, media or networking forums like this. And then you can pause all of a sudden because something happened or you got, deviate away from something else. So it's important that you're consistent. And also a very key part which is important is be true to yourself and be authentic. Today we all are different people and we touched upon who are you. Don't try and copy and be, someone else's personal brand and copy that. It's about who you are and what you stand for. What are your values? What are your experience? And build on that for yourself as a personal brand. Because today all of us are different. Different ways, different cultures, different experiences. So let's build on the personal brand for ourselves. And that's going to be, important to take you and also pass that mentorship to others as well. Because when we were young, we never had that. We never had people who trained us that this is how you need to work on your personal brand. We only focused on delivering business, delivering projects, being successful and getting whether a commission or getting a salary. That's it. But now that we've evolved ourselves and been exposed to so many other platforms, it's also important that we pass on that guidance to the youngsters of today who are obviously way smarter and faster than what we were. And they are also more risk-taking as well. So it's also important that we pass that knowledge on to them of how they can start off young.
Can you say then that purpose-driven personal branding is more hot today and more actual, as well as in marketing? The revenue-driven marketing is a little bit of history. It's more purpose-driven marketing to really make sure that people see the vision and the strategy of the company, but it's also for personal branding then as well. So your own purpose is more important than what you want to achieve.
So there needs to be a purpose. However, there's a difference between purpose and being forceful. Today you see a lot of people, even on LinkedIn and on several platforms, they have a purpose, but you need to be sure that this is the purpose you want to achieve for yourself and for the company. If you force yourself to provide an opinion, just because you're supposed to and everyone's doing it, and take things from ChatGPT and put it on because the world is doing it, then it looks forceful because people are still smart. You cannot trick people But what's the foundation? Do you believe in it, or are you just talking about it because you want to talk and it reflects good for your personal brand? So these are very key things to kind of be aligned, that your purpose needs to also be followed. It can't be forceful.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, I'd like to add on to that briefly. I think a lot of people resonate with your why and the why you do things, and especially anybody in sales, right? If you speak to the why of people, people are going to be like, that's what I want, right? And I think people align more with your why than your what and your how. Because your what will change, right? Today you're here and tomorrow you're there. And your how should be changing and evolving consistently because we're always moving, we're always in motion, right? But your why is so essential. And I love what you said. Your why is what moves you and what moves others. And so when you actually have that clear, when you have that clarity, and then I think you also use the word consistency, right? And when you tell your story consistently, people are going to resonate with you. Like, I give you a great example. How many of you know of Elon Musk? Only 2 of you, right? Okay, with me, we're 3, okay? But you know, Elon Musk, he has so many companies. He has a Tesla company, Starlink, SpaceX, the Boring. How many of you know of the Boring company? A lot of you, right? I mean, I learned about that just this morning. Okay? But here's the thing. When he acquired Twitter, now it's X, right? He didn't do it just to waste $45 billion. He didn't do it for that reason. And I don't think he did it to get another set of responsibilities, because when you're running 1,000-year companies, like 5, 6, 7, I don't really know how many he's got, would you like some more responsibility? I doubt so, right? But he did it because he had a fundamental why. He had a great reason why he acquired the social media platform. And his why was rooted on the fundamental reason to preserve freedom of speech. Because if we preserve speech, freedom of speech, then we're conserving democracy. Right? That was his why. So when you have a powerful why, then you're going to go to your investors, right? How many of you are looking for investors? You go and you tell them about your why, they're going to buy it. Because Elon Musk didn't just put $45 billion. He actually got the help of some investors. But in order for you to resonate with your audience, there has to be a powerful why, right? Because anybody else can come and say, well, I'm going to buy a Facebook. But what's your why? And that will resonate more with your audience.
Yeah, well, the why is a fundamental key in personal branding. It takes some, I think, also life experience to reflect on yourself and understand what your why is and what you stand for and how you want to come across. It also brings up a question for all of you. How do you, as a leader or entrepreneur or company, are willing to help employees in developing their own personal branding? Because it also assures that they might leave or overshadow you as a company, or even maybe are conflicting with your own image. So how do you think about it?
I see you speak at a lot of things, and I want to do that too, but I don't know how to get started, or I'm scared to do it by myself. Well, let's go do it together, and let's figure it out, and what topic is interesting to you, and you just kind of start from there. The same is true for who you are, right? We talk about who are you and why are you doing this, and that authenticity piece of it. And sometimes people don't know who they are. They're still figuring that out. I get questions a lot from students. Well, I want to be in cyber. Great. Well, what area of cybersecurity? Well, I don't know. Just cyber. Okay. I mean, like, let's figure that out. And so it's taking the time to have those conversations and invest in the people behind us that are coming up that will be taking over our jobs when we retire, because it's building a stronger workforce. And it's my opinion and belief that we are stronger together as opposed to individuals. If we have an individual mentality, then it's not successful and it can't survive. But if you look at it as teamwork and we're in this together, so building you up is making the team stronger, it's a whole different perspective. And the value that you get out of that is just so rewarding.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. So, I mean, for my current company, I've been with them for 9 years now. And over the years, we've seen several people leave, several people who have we've mentored. But I think one of the key things for the reason for you to mentor people as well, and the youngsters, as we spoke about, is so important, because as you're building your personal brand, one of the key things is also building you as a leader. And as a leader, it's key that you impart your knowledge to others so that they can also take charge from where you left off. So if today you are talking to any of your clients, in case, I mean, example, if I'm talking to a Jumbo Electronics or to a Cadbury, I am talking through as a personal brand that I'm convinced that this is a campaign that will work, but I need my team to follow the same values, the same conviction to make it happen. Be it on social media, be it on an event, be it on an on-ground activation, it may be any of the integrated campaigns on from a design level. So they are the ones who are actually backing me up and actually proving that what I am saying out of conviction as me as a brand to the clients or to any of the brands makes sense. So therefore, it's very important that we impart our knowledge and they take it on from there, because you can't be everywhere. You can't be everywhere, so you need an entourage of teammates who are able to deliver what you're speaking, because it's going to be otherwise you're just talking, and who's there to deliver? And if they are not able to deliver and match your level, then your personal brand image and the company image also gets hampered. So these two things are so important that we kind of need to have everyone on board in the same way that we think, and we pass it on in terms of, as you say, legacy as well. So not live in a fear that they're going to leave. People will leave. People will leave organizations. I think what is important is that you leave an impact. And if that impact, even if wherever they are, if they're able to remember you on certain situations, you've done your job as working on your personal brand and as a leader.
Yeah, I think so too. Oh, sorry. Now I'm skipping you. I'm skipping you, but you get your minute. I think that's true, because if you leave them well, and if you thought them well, they'll still advocate you during the days after. And it's not per se a competitor that you raised, but somebody who's your ambassador. And that also resonates with the integrity. I think you want to comment on that, or did you have another comment?
No, actually, I was just going to add to basically the question you asked on building employees' personal brand. And I think I kind of alluded to that earlier, that for me, for our company, it starts even from the point of recruitment. We try to weave out the ones that don't align with our values, with our mission and our why, as mentioned earlier. But also beyond that, part of our continuous professional development for employees, because I think maybe because of the kind of business we do, trying to build an entrepreneurial ecosystem, we try to also build the personal brand of the employees, because for us, branding, finance, and every other key principle of entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial ecosystem is important. So we even go beyond not just making sure they align with our branding, but also that we train them on how to build their own personal brands through LinkedIn and social media and other things that they want to do. And to what she just mentioned earlier, employees will leave eventually. And we make sure that part of the training that we give them in building their personal brand takes them even to a level beyond whatever they are existing and doing within our company. And that helps us to keep them within our ecosystem even after they've left, so that we know that there is a chain of events, so to speak, that has led to wherever they will be in the future as successful people originating from where we met them first. And we do other things also, like personal finance training for all of them. So it's not, I'm just saying, I'm just trying to encourage more to the question that, yeah, indeed, part of even the training that you do, you should train staff and team members on how to build their personal brand, personal finance, and things like that. It helps with the sort of loyalty that they will have to your company. I think for me, it's helped for our company.
Thank you. I would like to ask the audience as well, if somebody wants to engage with us on the challenges you faced personally with personal branding or company branding, or any other question you really urging to ask us. Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Sami. I have one question building up on the previous question that you had. So for the speakers that are still part of a corporate company, how does the company support in building your portfolio and how they have given you that improvement and not enforced it upon you, but helped you, and give some examples of how that corporate has supported you in building your brand identity, and also how they are able to keep you as a loyal staff, to keep you wanting to stay in that corporate company and not disassociate yourself from that company. So I think Nidhi would be a good option for this one, as you're still under a corporate company. And what is a corporate company? Thanks.
So, I mean, when I'm working for a company called FLC Marketing, which has been in Dubai, handling complete GCC. And when I moved from India out here, it was obviously a transition. So the company believed in you with your experience coming from Saatchi & Saatchi, Gel, obviously top advertising agencies. So it kind of built on already an image that you're coming from a company. But it took a while until you yourself built on your own image and proved yourself within the company. And now we are in a situation that obviously the mentors that I have, the owners, they believe in it, and they have provided a platform like this where we can network and also help to build a brand image as well. So it's very important that the company also supports you. If you as an individual are continuously just working on yourself, as I said, it could only just be about you. But you represent the company, so that values of the company need to match. And thereby it's very important that while you're planning growth for yourself, to have those conversations with your peers and with your seniors to align that this is the vision that you have for the company and why your personal brand matters and how it will help the company grow as well.
So another perspective on that is when I was working for Big Four consulting companies and really started getting into public speaking, I was in grad school working on my PhD. I have a PhD in cybersecurity and data privacy. And the company would pay for me to go to some of the events, and they're like, great, that's awesome. Then my name was attached to the company's name, so the company got visibility to that. And it wasn't until I graduated with my PhD that then they started promoting, hey, we have a PhD cyber person, so we're this great, awesome company. And then they were using my brand at that time that they really cared. They didn't care before that. And like some say, when you get a certification or degree, oh, you get a big fat raise with it. Well, that didn't happen for me, which was fine. I went to and got my PhD because I wanted to, not for any other reason. And so that's what drove some of the change for me into figuring out that it's probably not the right company, because now you're using me when you want to, not seeing the value that I bring day in and day out to service customers. Now, I work at a university that I just started working at full-time in February, and the university that I work for has been fantastic. I tell them that I come to this, and they are just, my dean is just so supportive, and they put out press releases that I'm speaking at things or awards that I've gotten, which really has surprised me, because I would have expected that from industry position and companies, because that's what they're all about. They're all about getting that sale and getting customers, and why not promote that? So that was one of the changes for me is I got it where I least expected it. And the support is just really amazing once you find that cohesion.
Great. I will probably answer that question in twofold. If you work for a really good organization, they're going to see your strengths, your abilities. they're going to see your potential. And they're going to say, this guy has a lot to give, so we want to give him the opportunity to lead a project, to run a department, or whatever. And I'm privileged to have worked in those type of organizations in the past. But also, what happens if you're working for an organization that doesn't see your value, right? You're working 80 hours a week, and you're just running weary. What happens? I would probably say, use the opportunities that they're giving you now. And then do a self-reflection, right? Conduct a self-analysis about you, your why, your strengths, your abilities, your natural abilities. Because when you do that and you invest some time in it, you're going to be able to use that experience and use that company as a platform to become the very best that you can be, and then transition to an opportunity that will align more with who you are, and you'll bring that value, and they'll appreciate it, and then you'll be happy.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, the man in the middle.
Okay, so I have one question related to whys and motivation. So it's like an overall theme around this, and this is more concerning around as companies change. So when a startup becomes find a product market fit, and then beyond that becomes a scale up, and then after that becomes an enterprise, the mission changes. So executives change. And there are only few people who stay within the company. And somebody who starts as an intern, by the end of it, they are somewhere as a leader within the organization. In all of this mess or all of this change, how do you keep your personal branding?
That's a great question. So I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. Don't overthink about personal branding, right? And have this I would probably say, instead of focusing on quote unquote personal branding, focus on personal growth.
Yeah,
Personal growth.
I also think that if the captain changed, then he wants new sailors. Maybe the question for yourself is, do I need a new ship?
That's great.
Because you don't have to stay married with the same company when the C-suite shifts. Perhaps a new ship with a C-suite that suits your why better is a better growth for yourself and your career as well.
Yeah, and I think if you build on that, it's about over the course of, as you're sailing through, you need to take through learnings, right? And those learnings will get you to where you are. And I think initially when I touched upon the aspect of having a purpose, you need to know through what your purpose is, what your beliefs are in. And it's okay to keep changing and evolving, because that's what people are. Humans are meant to evolve. Companies will change. Companies may even, be static through. But again, knowing that we are sailing now, we've gone from one ship to the other, so we've taken those learnings of how to survive. And that's where it is. That's the key thing, to, take those learnings and sail, and also then impart that knowledge to others as well.
So I appreciate the question, and thank you as well. That's kind of what I'm going through right now, is I am out building my own company. It's how do I keep the brand of my company separate, but also somewhat in alignment with who I am as an individual. So I mentioned earlier, one of the things I did was I have a personal website. I also have a company website. We talked about the need to have some cohesion and similar aligned values. And that messaging is out there. But I still do speaking engagements and write articles. And sometimes I put my company name on it, but a lot of times I just put mine, because I'm not attached to a company. I mean, I have a company, but I don't want to be known as that company. I want to be known as Dr. Lisa McKee, as me, as what I've contributed to the industry. And so I think it's important to also have some separation from that.
Yeah, let me just quickly say something. Just a small angle to this. Sometimes you find people that, or even organizations that keep changing their mission and all of that. Sometimes it's when a CEO comes, that's when things start changing. But it means, what that means is actually that the actual, whatever that they're branding themselves as, is not the true brand. Or if it's a personal brand, whatever that you say is your passion or and all that, is not the true passion or interest. And for us in my company in Tungsten, we try to use a model called CAN-B, C-A-N-N-B. Maybe you can use it also, or whoever it is that is now shifting where you are can use it. So the C stands for care. It has to be something you care about. The A stands for abilities. It has to be something that you have an ability to execute in terms of knowledge, skills, attitude, experience, and all that. The first N is needs. It needs to meet your own needs. The second N is needs of others. So it needs to meet the needs of others. It needs to benefit others. Then the B is belief. It needs to be something that matches your belief and that you have strong conviction towards. If whatever you're doing or whatever you have set for yourself as a brand doesn't match as most of all these 5 elements as possible, then it's not really your purpose or your mission or your passion or interest. And so along the way, when things start going left or right, or when somebody else comes, you see that you are diverting away from that path that you're in. So for us, we use that practical way to find the right branding, so to speak, whether personally or organizationally.
That's great.
Yes, thank you. Any other questions? This Mr. in front of me.
Hi, first of all, thank you. This has been a wonderful discussion. Quick question on, we've been talking about personal branding and then company branding. If you look back 10, 12, 15 years back, pre-digital marketing era, if I may say so, right? All these flashy posters and advertisements and digital marketing. Come in digital marketing, you did a lot of marketing around how companies would grow. The focus was all on that. And then we came to a level where we said, we'll do personal branding, founder-led marketing, founder-led companies, right? Where you really started promoting the founders. Now, is there a technique or a definition where you come back and say that there is this thin line that delineates what would you call as overstepping into the boundaries of, marketing a company versus marketing a person? I know it's a long question. Sorry about it.
No, thank you for the question. So I didn't struggle with that. What I've always done is, this is me, who I am as a person. These are my abilities and strengths that I bring to projects and to organizations. And I don't really promote either one. People find me more than I'm out seeking others. And I think that's the biggest difference when it comes to personal branding, is that message, that legacy that Cesar was talking about, in that through just being authentic and who I am, and integrity is a big thing for me, it sends the message itself. And it's not pretending to be somebody that I'm not. And the branding also goes together. So when you keep it separate, but then together, because my name's attached to that company, so you're getting both. You know who I am, you know who the company is, and then it's inherent that those go together. So it just all depends on how you do it. If I was out there saying, oh, I'm Dr. Lisa and I do all these things and promoting myself, I think that would be very different, but that's just not my character. Anyone else have a comment?
Yeah, I think just to add to that, and I think you touched upon a subject that before digital marketing, how did even a brand being built? And I think that was primarily word of mouth or attending conferences like this, because it was more in person, right? And it was that conviction or belief of that image that was built on because of the experience that that person holds. So that is something which has been traditional, and I think that needs to stay as well. Because if whatever you do on through digital marketing or your online presence, you don't know who's behind that. I mean, we know so many people who are at the top right now, and they have a team who's working on their image, right? And therefore, it's very important that as starting off and embracing the digital world, that how do you want to position yourself? And a part that you also mentioned about, is there a thin line? Yes, there has to be a thin line. There has to be a balance. If today you're only focusing on yourself as a personal brand, then you might get lost in that bit of stardom, the visibility, the bit of recognition, and then you can kind of lose sight of what your company or who you're representing as well. So therefore, it's very important to find that balance between yourself and the company, and also going back to what your purpose is. What is the purpose, or why do you want to build your personal brand? Is it because you want to leave back a legacy? Is it because you want to leave back when people know you for as a marketer, as any other thing that you have changed the dynamics, changed the world, created a campaign that people have, just said, wow, this is what was created by this person or the team. So therefore, it's very important to kind of work on that and have that purpose. Why do you want to work on your personal brand?
That's great. Yeah, I like to share a little bit of perspective on that fine line, right? What does it look like in a practical way, right? Well, for me personally, part of my personal brand is public speaking. I love to talk, and if you actually meet me at the lobby, I can talk to you for hours. Somebody has to say, get this guy, stop this, because I like connecting with people, right? I like to learn from people, their perspectives. That's just who I am, right? And so I'm going to bring those skill sets to the company. I do that at Connected Foundation, by the way, as an executive director, right? I lead, I encourage, I motivate, and things like that, because that's part of who I am. And tomorrow I'm going to do that somewhere else, right? But the thing that I probably won't do is probably share a lot of very personal stuff in the company, right? Like my personal family things, or my political view on things, right? Because then that may put people off. So I'm going to go ahead and be wise in making my decisions on what I'm going to use and utilize for the company or companies that I work with and who I interact with. Okay, and then there are things that I'm going to only keep it within the four walls of my house, So just be wise. You define that line, and when you define that line, just go through that lens.
I hope it answers your question. It's time for us to wrap up. Thank you, panelists, for all your insights. And it was nice to have an engaging conversation with you people in the audience as well. Feel free to look up us later if you want to ask more questions to be answered by us on this topic. I think it's purpose, passion, the person behind the profession. And if we all do it with the right drivers and be authentic, then we are all able to market ourselves in the right way and still help each other out and strengthen each other in this business. Thank you very much, and hope to speak to you all later.
Thank you so much. Can I ask for you all to to create this it's about you, and it's about the personal connections that you make that make them want to contact you to use your company. So that was really interesting in terms of that talk. So thank you so much again to all our panelists. Please can we give them one big round of applause as they leave the stage. Wow, what a fantastic start to today. That was a really, really good talk. So now we're moving on to explore a keynote topic that's reshaping the transformation of wealth management.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice introduction to our talk, and I just enjoyed the panel talk very much. Yeah. And now I am going to present some of the ideas we just heard about in our first panel talk, and I will give you then some insights in our company and what we are doing, and what are our targets and our aims in the future. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we just heard brand. Brand is an important part, and it's a matter of growth. Yeah? I mean, when I started my career, and it's a long time ago, it's a so-called technical nerd. Yeah? I got my first computer with 12 years, and never stopped developing until today. I really like technology. Yeah? Nevertheless, my target changed, my mission changed, and a lot of things during my life happened. Yeah? So it's not a clear streamline that started with 12, but there is a growth, and things changes a lot. Yeah? So when I started in the industry, in the financial market, typically I studied electronics and informatics. That nothing to do with financial areas. Nevertheless, somehow I got in contact with the financial parts. And I was at that time I had no idea what is my mission or what am I doing. So I was driven by third party inserts. So they asking me to develop this and develop that, to help them to improve their business. And this is what I did, and I enjoyed that. So you see, we have a long journey in the past. In 2000, I developed one of the first brokers in our country, Austria, and it was the biggest trading platform at that time. It was new. It was the time where online brokerage was a target. But I was not directly in charge of what was happening. And this over the years I improved several things. But finally, with the improving technology, also the mission came up. And the mission is, and there was in 2021, I was taking over the joint venture that I had with several banks. I was taking over the joint venture because of one reason. I want to make the wealth management part available for everybody. Because especially the wealth management area is usually developed for people having a lot of money and things like that. It's not written for the small person on the street. It's not written for and developed for that everybody is participating in that area. But in 2021, I was taking over the company and saying, no, now I am at the point where I can really open that complex business area for everybody, and it can be, there can be solutions for everybody in the market, no matter how much money you have. And this led, during the last years, we developed several different parts of solutions in the market. We have a real estate where we have a look at at several different areas in yes, and in the so sorry. We have then developed then some compliance solutions, and now we are forwarding towards the financial market area. The challenges, so what we are looking now will be the way marks ahead is the challenges, the solutions, and the opportunities that we will finally see in the market and the upcoming devices. Yeah? What does it mean in the great in the perspective of the great wealth transfer? Yeah? So if we look at the market, there will be a global change, changing money, which happens that the baby boomers who have developed the market during the last 20, 30 years, they will transfer the money to the next generation. And if we look at the global market, it is $120 trillion that will be transferred from one generation to the next generation. In Europe, it's about 25 trillions that will be transferred. And in the Middle East, and this is just official numbers, it's 2.5 trillions that we are talking about. So there is some challenges regarding the transformation. So the next generation of wealth holders want seamless digital experiences, personalized services, and the ability to manage their wealth and on the go. We at Financial, we are helping banks meet these challenges. So our goal is a world where managing your wealth is simple as checking your phone. So it's a pocket-sized bank, and where personal investment advice is permanently and always available. We are making wealth management accessible, affordable, and personalized for everybody. And this is really our mission that we are going to take in the next years. So we want to open that business for everybody. So, so it's stuck. So can I change? All right, now it worked. Yeah. Not really. Oh, now it is. Yeah. I'm sorry for that. As I said, so what is happening? This is we realized that in that area is a disruptive area, because as you all know, the legacy systems are quite old. They were developed 10, 30, 40 years ago, and there is hardly change in the market in this area. So we had set a new focus. The focus is not really based on that the banks can deliver software and so on, but we said that the focus must be the customer itself. So we are not going to develop the software and the technique for the big companies anymore. But the target is to help the big companies to support their customers in a better way. So our solution guarantees that bank will deliver a more personalized and data-driven digital customer experience. We help banks foster deeper relationships and improve customer satisfaction by offering tailored advice across all assets. We streamline process and minimize costs and enable banks to operate more efficient and profitably. Meaning, if you can stream down the technical part to personal needs, and you can then cut the costs, you can really bring it down to everybody. Currently, they have extremely high running costs in their systems, and we want to, with automatism, reduce that. We develop streamlined process and minimize costs, enabling banks to operate more efficiently, probably. In today's fast-paced digital age, the challenge is quite clear. Banks that do not push ahead with digitalization, we lose the next generation of customers. Yeah? And this is one of these disruptive parts. Yeah? And they really get to the idea to meet the challenges and drive powerful transformation. Yeah? Next one. Yeah. So, with our solution, yeah, with our solution, it's called Finance Manager. Yeah, we have developed a cloud-based solution that automates business logic, yeah, and advisor process, freeing up resources in the bank, as well enabling the agents to work together with their customers. They are not addicted to technical problems anymore. Yeah? They can really work together with their customers. As a technological middleware, it connects banks' core banking systems to front-end seamlessly, streamline operations, delivering a first-class wealth management experience. So what we get back from our customers, yeah, that we were able to increase their productivity of advisors for more than 100%, meaning they have the double of time for their customers, and they are not addicted to technical issues or operating issues. Yeah. Furthermore, the back office operations are reduced for more than 80%. Yeah. So the workload over there was reduced, and as a part of that, the error rate, yeah, because of automatism, reduced below 1.0%. Usually, banks have an error level of about 5%, yeah, which means this is a very costly part, yeah, because every mistake that you make has to be corrected, has to be solved together with your clients. It reduces your success rate over there, and it reduces in trust, yeah, which is very, very important. Yeah. Okay, next one. Yeah. Okay, so we had a deep dive with our customers where you can really improve your technology and where you can improve your timelines. Yeah. So our customers experienced that there's 75 progression in preparation time. Yeah. Meaning before you have your first date with your customers, yeah, you can reduce that because you get it all out of the box. During meetings, yeah, meetings together with a customer, there's a 33% less time that is needed to spend on advising. Yeah. Post-processing and order processing, yeah. So there we saw a reduction of 88% time decrease, yeah, which is also then available for preparing the next steps and preparing the next customers. These improvements led finally to stronger customer relationships through more personalized services. Advisors can now serve more clients, build deeper connections, and provide tailored advice. So let's see how major benefits from these efficiencies. Yeah. Okay, next one. So we had one of the biggest banks we are currently driving in Austria, and we with our solution we have a market share of 43%. So 33% of the complete online trading business is driven over our application. So we had an analysis together with one of our customers, and they have 1,000 employees, 1,000 advisors running around and selling specific projects, and they have 200 branches, yeah, in the market. And we were looking at how the situation changes if they transform the digital transformation. Yeah. And what it turned out that the costs reduces by 30 to 50%. And which is freeing up equivalent of 180 employees. Yeah? So these employees are now really preparing, yeah, the portfolios for the customers. In the past, they had to do just typing in orders and things like that. There was a great move towards customer success. Yeah? And this finally translated in a return of invest of 23.4 million euro per year. Yeah? That can be driven by a technical solution. Yeah? So now at the next step, we just to give you a short impression, what does it mean if you have a technical environment? We have, regarding of time, 90 seconds to give you an impression how technology can look like, and how we are going to solve that for our customers in the wealth management area. Yeah.
By using our finance manager, we support advisors in providing efficient and reliable advice to existing customers. All relevant customer information is centrally managed and organized in our flexible dashboard. Advisors and customers are given a quick overview or can have information displayed in detail. The integrated guardrail system monitors all customer risks and reports any need for advice to the responsible advisor. The customer dashboard can be directly accessed to make any necessary changes. Thanks to the integration of in-house opinions and standardized investment proposals, portfolio optimization can be efficiently created, simulated, and compared as early as the advisory preparation stage. This provides a direct overview of suitable offers for customers. Advisors are guided through a standardized advisory process that is transparent at all times. This eliminates sources of error and ensures the suitability and relevance of all investments. All investment proposals are then checked within the automatic order routing, and all relevant order documents are generated. Customers can use hybrid advice and electronic signatures to sign and approve an order anytime and anywhere.
Okay, as you could see, the sound was a little bit overwhelming because they hate of the sound it's in the bottom area. Yeah. Nevertheless, I think there was an impression how digital approaches can be done. Yeah. So. Outcoming of that, so I am now working for more than 20 years in that industry, and we worked out the bottlenecks that we detect in this specific area. Yeah? And one of the key facts that we worked out is that the success cannot be solved with these old compliance systems, that legacy systems that are currently available, because they hinder in being successful. So the key to the success is the ability to bridge the gap between customer engagement and banks' core systems. Yeah? But these core systems are often legacy, hindering digital transformation at all. So let's just look at that point why. Yeah? So these outdated core systems have become digital bottlenecks at all. They are slowing innovation. They are driving up costs enormously. Yeah? As a result, banks are having trouble launching new products, streamlining their operations, yeah, and meeting customers' high expectations. Yeah? Maintaining these legacy backends is a drain on resource that could be better spent on a strategic initiatives. Yeah? We often talk to clients who want to use Finance Manager as their go-to advisory solution. Yeah? Nevertheless, their old systems are holding them back. Yeah? There is no way for digital connection and so on. So to unlock these banks, we need to modernize the core infrastructure. That's where our know-how comes in. Yeah? And this is when we look back at the transition that I have made from 2000 until 2025. Yeah? It was 5 years ago, I wasn't talking about replacing legacy systems. Yeah? because of complexity, because of lack of know-how, and so on. Yeah? So the more you dive into the system, the more I get convinced that this is really possible. And this is our new target, that we really find solutions to modernize this area, and that is what we are really working for. Yeah. Next one. Yeah. So finally, we are a lot about providing fully automated solutions, yeah, that boosts efficiency and deliver superior results. So with our solution, Finance Manager streamlines the advisory process, but our goal is to streamline the process from start to end. Yeah? So currently, we have a break in the technical solution. So we just saw, this is the front end side. Yeah? Then we have the middleware, which is managing the business logics. And finally, we have to transport our information to the legacy systems that is handling compliance and all of that, the rest of the stuff. Yeah? And there we have a break in the solution. So sometimes we still need manual interactions. We still need several different processes which cannot be automated. And that's why we are working on new solutions. Yeah. By automating the core process of custodian banking, we can finally increase productivity, yeah, eliminating the manual work. Yeah. Speed time to market and reduce operating costs by up to, again, 50%. That is what we expect. So let's get down to the heart of what we do there. Yeah? So the empowering banks, we are empowering banks to asset for the next generation. Our innovative software architecture is designed to enable fully digital end-to-end experience for all stakeholders. Through our platform as a service offering, we enable banks to optimize their operations, increase customer satisfaction, and win finally the market. Yeah? To ensure banks have the tools they need to success, that is why we are now bringing WealthBase, which is our new core system, yeah, to the market, and to enable the drive into the future. And it's not just another tool, it's really a missing piece, yeah, that is really required from the market. Yeah. So with that solution, WealthBase, yeah, is set really to revolutionize the private banking and the retail market in a very, very high automated process. Yeah. The game changer that will help banks modernize their core banking systems, increase efficiency, and reduce operating costs. With reducing the operating costs, we can bring down the wealth management to everybody. Yeah? Because as long as we have these high costs in the old legacy systems, it's impossible to bring it down for everybody. Yeah? Because it doesn't. So business plan doesn't help. Yeah? So we finally reduce the working options. Next one, yeah, please. With the solution that we are going to provide, the banks can then reduce their software applications again for about 70%. Yeah. So if we look at the current situation, we often find within banks it's not just one legacy system, it's not just one software. This is about 100 and even more different software systems that have to communicate with each other, yeah? What they don't do. Yeah? So this means the interface is usual human resources. Yeah? So there's one part of the company is talking to other one, please do this, please do that, and so on. Yeah? To bring it down to one software solution, yeah, we then finally can reduce their system by more than 70%. And this is a operating cost cutter, yeah? Because with this solution, there is no human interaction necessary anymore. Yeah. And we can then finally boost the performance of the solution. Yeah. So our cutting-edge technology enabled banks finally to create personalized solutions, launch new products, and accelerate growth. Yeah. in the market. In addition, our seamless third-party integration, yeah, please, the next one, yeah. We accelerate growth in addition to our seamless third-party integration, yeah, meaning that the separation for the banks is not driven by the technology. The separation of the banks is what they are finally going to offer to their customers. And therefore, we have a seamless third-party integration, so that the complete solution can be individualized for their specific needs to support the market. Please, the next one. Yeah. And the final solution is that we are offering the complete services front to back, meaning, yeah, we have our middleware, this is Finance Manager. Then we have the open API solution that, go back. Then we have the open API solution where we integrate then third-party solutions, yeah, because what we see is, as I already said, there is hundreds of solutions available on the market, and you cannot be as one company driving the complete business. That's not possible, but you can connect different businesses together, and this is what we also know as the Future 2.0, yeah. Where we are connecting the different systems to each other without human interactions. And finally, we are currently working on the wealth-based solution, yeah, where we then replace the legacy systems and to drive the business in a technical way. Yeah. Okay, so next one. Yeah. So the service that we are going to offer is the combination of our current solution and the future streamlined backend, and it will be finally a one-stop solution and streamlined and simplified. To cover everything from onboarding customers to custodian fundamentals and the work together, and all of the systems work together seamlessly. Yeah? Both platforms leverage our open API to enable easy integration with third-party applications, ensuring a smooth experience for all stakeholders. It's not just about innovation, it's results that really matters. Yeah. Okay, next one. Yeah, and now we are coming to the opportunities, yeah, that we see in the market. Yeah. Next one. We have raised a business model. Yeah, we as a target, because we heard today already why. Yeah? And as a target, we want to really focus on wealth management for everybody. We try to revolutionize the wealth management and prioritize efficiency, productivity, and customer relationship. Yeah? Our solutions streamline process, boost advisor productivity, and reduce cost, ensuring accuracy and scalability. So let's have a look at the revenue model. Yeah? This is part of the complete solution. Yeah? Next one. Yeah. So as you see, we are currently market leader in the Austrian market. As I said, we have 43% of the market. Now we are targeting on the European level, we are targeting on the international level. Yeah? Meaning we want to build up more or less the same solution that we have been implementing in the Austrian market. We have the knowledge, we have the know-how to improve that. And now it's regarding how we can build up an international brand. Yeah? An international brand, so that we get the trust from not only customers that we have in our country, but get the trust in Europe and even outside of Europe. Yeah. So let me finish at that point. Yeah? And thank you very much for your audience. And if there are any questions, please feel free to ask any questions.
Hi, sorry, Sami again. I just want to understand, is this a solution for the banks, or is it an end customer solution which is integrating the banks?
It's finally, I mean, as you know, this business is completely driven by the regulatories. Huh?
Yeah.
So you cannot just start a business for free. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you need really to be part of. You need all the licenses, all of that stuff. Yeah. So we, on our side, we really focused on the technical part of you. Yeah. And we said that we will open an open platform, yeah, so where we can then transfer the complete business from the bank into our solutions. Yeah?
Okay.
So it's really driven in the banks, but for end customers, yeah? So that they have an online digital solution, yeah, in a very complex wealth management market.
Okay, and sorry, it's a two-part question. And how are you tackling the security, privacy, and international laws with such an app?
Yes, I mean, as you perhaps know, Europe has very high compliance and security standards. Yeah? So even as a software house, you are not just allowed to deliver software to a bank. Yeah? You need to have a lot of certificates, especially on security. Yeah? So security is one of the key success features that is required to be able to install software for banks and to drive business for banks. Yeah? So we have yearly audits from security point of view. We are integrated in the computer centers, especially driven for banks, yeah? Where we have very, very high security and data privacy standards. Yeah? And this is defined by the European community, and there is several laws that has to be fulfilled, yeah, to support all of that features. Yeah? And we are working now for more than 20 years together with banks, yeah? And believe me, we have really done a lot of stuff that is required to drive the business. Yeah? And now we are at the point where we standardized all these mechanisms, the contracts, the laws, the compliance areas, and that is at that point where we really grow, we're growing towards the way that we can open that business for anybody. So it's not just a matter of this single point of bank or however can then drive the business. We enhanced already a computer center. We have all these certificates and so on, so that this can be driven in a broader market that we do it currently. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. One last one. When will you be integrated into the Middle East?
Yeah, that's the reason why we are here. Yeah. We have just started our marketing plans regarding the Middle East. Yeah. And we need to know the status quo of the Middle East. Yeah? So to be honest, we have a lot of knowledge in the European market, and we know how the business is driven over there. Yeah? But we have not the detailed insights in the Middle East area and at what state they are at the moment. So currently we are searching out fields, yeah, to get in contact with wealth management banks and so on in this area, so that we get an idea how we can help. Yeah? Because one of the most important things is we don't drive this business just that we develop software. However, yeah, we drive this business, and this is one of our key success points. Yeah? We go to the banks and say, okay, what can we do for you? Yeah? How can we help to solve your specific problems? Yeah? And for sure, we have meanwhile we have a broadened area, yeah, where we know, okay, with this solution we can help here, and with this solution we can help there. Yeah? And if we look at the Middle Eastern market, yeah, we need to get to know, okay, what is the status quo, what legacy systems do they drive, yeah? Because we assume it's quite different than that we have this one we know from Europe. Yeah? And as soon as we came down to the point, yeah, we will then start the marketing, we will start then the branding, yeah? so that we can clearly focus on the needs of that specific market.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, a great presentation, and I feel like a great product you have. So as you see that Europe is high value, low value, high volume, like transactions are very high in Europe, but value is low. In Middle East, value is very high, but transaction is very low. But Middle East needs multi-site support, like multiple countries more on this. Number of countries are more in Middle East. So is your product a multi-site support or a single site support? Like one country, or if it is 8 countries, you have 8 installation, or it is a 1 installation will do? Because it will reduce, if it is a multi-site, it will reduce your support cost for the bank.
Yes. The very important thing is when we started, we had at the very beginning, we had one specific focus. Yeah, we have there was a specific market in Austria. So there was a lot of agencies, and they had no support from the banks to do their business. Yeah, so it was completely manually driven. Yeah, so where they were sending emails, they were sending fax and things like that. Then it was typed into the systems, and everything was driven by hand. Yeah? So when we got in contact with these banks, they said, okay, they need a digital solution. This was 2006 when we really started our joint venture at that time. Later on, we increased the solution. We introduced the private banking solution. We introduced family offices solutions. Yeah? We introduced the multi-backend solutions, yeah? So that you can drive various different backends at the same time. We connected head structures, yeah? Where they had several banks in their portfolio, yeah? And we connected these banks together, yeah? So that they have one look and feel, no matter at what bank you are. Yes, at the very end, yeah, we connect various different systems from different perspectives into the solution. So there is, on the one hand, we have the online solution for the end customers, doing brokerage, all the payment systems and all of that stuff. This is one single part that we typically know, which is already supported by a lot of banks. Yeah? But then we have also this advisory part, yeah? Which helps then the advisors to prepare suggestions for the customer and so on, and they work seamlessly together with the online solution. Yeah? Because if you have an offer, you can then just send it to the customer the digital way, and he can sign electronically. Yeah? For sure, there is also hybrid solutions, yeah, where the customer came into the office and they can talk as they did in the past. And the very end, we have then also the wealth management automated solutions, yeah, which also interact with the advisors and the end customers. Yeah. So this is really a combination of various different systems that are integrated, and depending on the needs, we can just enable this or that part for clients. Yeah? Mm-hmm.
Good morning. My name is Vinod Jayaprakasam. A quick question on the third-party integrations. As it's an end-to-end platform as a service, what kind of challenges did your team face in terms of the third-party integrations?
Yes. I mean, for instance, as I already said, we have a wealth management, automated wealth management solution, meaning that the advisors or the portfolio managers can drive a specific portfolio. Yeah? And as we know on the market, there is tons of solutions available that calculate portfolios in the perfect way. Yeah? So there is artificial intelligence solutions, there's mathematical solutions, there's a lot of various different solutions available on the market. We on our side, we said we are not focusing on one specific model, yeah, that we just support and tell the banks that this is the right solution. Yeah? We offer the banks a solution, whatever they want to. If they believe that the artificial intelligence is one of the future solutions, it can be integrated. Yeah? And that is what we already did. So there is really very sophisticated solutions on preparing portfolios that automatically optimizes some portfolios for customers. And we have just connected connected with our system to these external systems, third-party integration. Yeah? And once they have optimized a pre-processed portfolio, the data can be sent to our system and we distribute that solution for other customers automatically. Yeah? So we calculate the difference for each portfolio in an automatic way. Yeah? So there is no manual interaction needed anymore. Yeah? And this is one example, but there is a lot of different examples. We have market data completely integrated in the system. Yeah? So there is also tons of different solutions available on the market, how you can integrate market data to give detailed information about the securities, about the costs that you have. So this is also then a question of what banks or wealth managers or whoever want to give out on information to their customers. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think there's another question. Yeah.
Good morning. I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to keep you standing on the stage for a long time. So my question is, with the heaps of data you have, so how are you leveraging generative AI, to make more sense of it?
That's a good question because this is a big discussion within the banks. Yeah, is it allowed to use the data? Yeah, and currently the European Union says no. Yeah, you're not really allowed to use the data to enhance and to make it more available and more efficient. Yeah, but there is ongoing discussion on that. Yeah. Because you can anonymize the data completely, yeah, and then you can work out various different solutions, yeah, that really then helps in the business again. Yeah. So for sure, we have statistics and all of that stuff regarding the company. So for instance, we calculate the complete portfolios, and we have a few 100,000 portfolios that we really calculate day by day. Yeah. And then we finally say, okay, this and this and this customer has problems with his portfolio. Yeah. And we give this advice automatically to the advisors, yeah? So they get informed by the system and say, okay, this and this and this customer has problems in his payment streams. He has problems with his portfolio. He was expecting a performance of, let's say, about 5%, but currently it's less. Yeah? We realize, okay, he's not perfectly invested. Yeah? Because he's willing to take a risk for whatever, yeah? And we detect, okay, the portfolio does not match to his risks and things like that. Yeah? With that feedback that we give then to the advisors can then prepare the portfolios especially for their customers. Yeah? But at the moment, automatic calculation is not allowed, yeah, within banks. Yeah? You can do that outside of banks, but usually we work together with banks, so we have to keep within laws. Yeah? But I think it will change in the future, in the near future, because the more we talk with the banks, and they came up with new solutions. Yeah? And there is some other solutions that we are currently supporting is usually you get a report of the system, out of the system, which shows you all transactions and how your portfolio and so on behaves. Yeah? But these reports are typically not individualized. Yeah? It just shows your positions. Yes, there's the individual part, but that's it. Yeah? If you look at the market, yeah, it's not an individual solution. It's one representation of the market. Yeah? And we are currently using artificial intelligence, yeah, to make individualized reports. Meaning, if you are interested in stock shares, especially on specific markets, yeah, we can then increase higher information for you, yeah, that tells you how your portfolio is invested on that specific market. Yeah? Especially if we look at green portfolios and things like that, and you are really interested in that, we know that, because this is one of these thousands questions we have to ask. Yeah? and finally we know, okay, you are interested, for instance, in a modern and greenfield areas and things like that, but you're not interested, for instance, in weapons or whatever. Yeah? So we then really calculate out, okay, that much you are currently invested in weapons. Maybe it's a better strategy for you personally, yeah, that you go out of this and this and this stock share and go into another stock share, which has more or less the same performance numbers, yeah, but gives you a better feeling, yeah, regarding your personal needs. Mm-hmm.
Dr. Mustafa, thank you for the beautiful presentation. I'm Gerard, and I have a question from what I understood. Like, you're building a global platform, making customer experience much better.
Yeah.
Now you're expanding in the Middle East as well. How do you also take care of Islamic banking requirements, or is it only on the traditional banking side?
Yes.
And related to that is also like, how about compliance when it comes to the Islamic banking side?
Yes, this was what we also discussed. So we have one member from our company. He's living in Egypt, yeah? And I myself also a Muslim. Yeah? So I know about a traditional background that is available there. Yeah? And we are discussing if we can even get certificates in that area. Yeah? So that we can then not only focus on performance and things like that, but also, and this is a lot of things, it's a mental-driven approach, meaning, yeah, you are not just looking for performance and success in money, yeah, but you have then, for instance, something like education for children, yeah. And there you are allowed to invest there because this, you have a good targets, and that is what we are currently looking at, how we can get into, because we know there is different licenses that you then have, so that we get approved regarding this. Yeah? And it's not only the big difference from our solution. We are not just preparing a portfolio and you go into one product, yeah, and saying, okay, let's try to get out the most of it. Yeah? We really try to develop a portfolio, yeah, that really fits to your personal needs, but is spread over the whole world. Meaning, so if the market is going down in the United States or anywhere else, yeah, your portfolio will be still in a good shape, yeah? Because only small parts of that were broken, although in 2009 we really saw the complete market drop down. Yeah? Also, this can happen. Nobody can read the future. Nevertheless, we learned out of that that crisis in 2000, so the bank crisis in 2009, yeah, what was happening. So we even spread more different. We had a look on various different investments. So we are looking on clusters, yeah, that you have, so really to reduce risk, yeah. And as I already said, yeah, we are focusing on the customer's target, yeah. So and especially if we have religion, yeah, as part of the target, it can also be included in the solution. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there was another question. Yeah.
So hi, Ranjit here. I have a very I guess like non-traditional and traditional question in a sense. So something related to like, how do you handle modern assets like crypto or let's say NFTs come into market? Because these things were high risk maybe a decade ago, but now these things are stabilizing. And this is something kind of like a problem which I deal personally. It's like there is an asset which is maintained from the bank side, but then I'm dealing with this. There is this crypto asset which I have no idea what to do with.
Yes. This is a very, very good question because we have already integrated cryptocurrencies, for instance, yeah? But none of the banks are using it. Yeah? This is because they are afraid of the risk they are taking over. From technical point of view, it's not really a problem. Yeah? You can just integrate it, and you can integrate it in a way that the bank is really used to. Yeah? Because as we know, the wealth manager, yeah, they are also using options in their portfolios, yeah? Which is more or less the same risk that we have than in that area. And for options, yeah, there is specific calculation on the risk and so on. And if you cannot put the complete portfolio just investing in options, because then you are doomed to face that the complete portfolio is lost. Yeah? So we calculate a small part to be invested in options. And the same thing can be done with cryptos and so on. We are in discussion with banks, yeah? But at the moment, nobody is really striking that because of the high liquid market, yeah? Or low liquid market, it depends, and the enormous plus and minuses that we currently have. Yeah? So our system automatically gives knowledge to the wealth manager, yeah? That there is a complete drop down of the portfolio. And with this evaluating market, if you look at the Bitcoin, yeah, it goes up and it goes down. It would then completely move the portfolio either in a very, very good or a very, very bad state. Yeah? And every time if we are in a bad state, the bank is then informed from the system automatically, you have to act, yeah? Because the customer are losing money. Yeah? And as long as these markets are showing this kind of behavior, yeah, the banks are not driving towards that. Yeah? So there needs to be some stabilization in the market. There needs to be some, let's say, some more standards, yeah, that can be integrated. But from the integration, how to make it, how to connect it, and even to advise it, that is already solved in our solution. Yeah? So it's a question of time, yeah, when these markets will be integrated in the standard banking solutions. Okay. Any questions? So thank you very much for your attention. Yeah? And if there are any questions, I invite you to directly talk with me. Yeah. Okay? Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you again, Dr. Raddy, for sharing such impactful insights. So the FinAngel Enterprises, the digital growth in finance, and that finance manager sounds absolutely amazing. The fact that it frees up time for employees, the dashboard is easily accessed and efficient, the electronic signatures as well, and the efficiency for all the customers and staff. And we can't wait until it's impacted in the GCC. Thank you so much. So moving on. We all know that ROI is the cornerstone of tracking marketing success. But here's the thought. Are we measuring the right things? So, unlike traditional metrics like the impressions and clicks, attention metrics focus on how long and how deeply the audiences engage with the content. Are they scrolling quickly? Are they taking their time? Are they captivated? Are they getting to the checkout page and then retracting and going no further? So, to talk about this in our fireside chat, the revolutionizing ROI of the integration of attention metrics by performance marketers. The speakers will explore the next big shift in performance marketing and specializing in the attention metrics. So without any further ado, please put your hands together and welcome to the stage our moderator, Amit Bagaria. He is the managing partner at Aurus Properties, LLP. And then we have our guest speakers as well, Mahmood Tsari, growth marketing coach at Fast Forward, and Harshal Patil, the CEO and founder of the B2B venture. Please give them a big round of applause as they make their way onto stage.
Hello. Good morning. Thank you for that introduction. So our topic is the integration of attention metrics. But Dr. Reddy has already taken away all the attention of this all. So I'm even wondering what we're going to discuss over here. No, it was a beautiful presentation, believe me. So Mahmood, let's start with you. So how do attention metrics differ from traditional metrics? And how do they directly impact marketing ROI?
Yeah, thank you, Amit. Thank you all for your attention today. And so actually, when we are talking about growth and marketing in general, like we talk about measuring the most important things. And I usually talk about like measuring what matters for the business. And in terms of marketing, doing strategy or doing marketing without measuring anything is like going without any direction. So we typically look at, traditionally speaking, some metrics like clicks, impressions. These are the most, like, at the very top of the funnel metric that we want to look at. But what happens is those kind of metrics, they don't give some actionable insight to marketers or to business leaders. Because let me give you an example. You might get like an ad that is running on Instagram, for instance, if you're on B2C, or maybe a LinkedIn ad if you're on B2B, and you might get a lot of clicks, right? But what happens after the clicks? Like, do you have a good engagement on the page? Are people staying on the page, or they are just leaving? And what happens like if you have 1,000 clicks, but you have a 90% bounce rate? So does it mean anything to you? Is it like helping you get any positive ROI from marketing campaigns? So you can see here, like these kind of traditional metrics, they don't give you like real true value. However, when we talk about attention metrics that are more actionable, then we start looking into things like the scroll rate or the depth of scroll. Like people that go to your page, do they just view the top section of your page, or they go even down the page? Do they stay at least for 10 seconds or more, or they go immediately? Or if you have some videos, do you have some watch time on your videos so you can know exactly if people are getting to your main message, or just leaving even before even that? So all these things help us now understand how those attention metrics will actually help us get deeper insight about our behavior, the customer behavior, what they are doing, and also get more visibility on their engagement. And this is how they should, like, they impact the ROI. To really talk about ROI, we also want to understand that attention is the very first stage of the customer journey, right? We talk about the traditional model, the AIDA, attention, interest, desire, and action. So how can you make sure that those people are going to take action if you don't get their interest in the first stage, right?
Thank you. So Harshal, turning to you, your business is basically in connecting business to business. So how can attention-based insights refine demand generation and lead nurturing?
Absolutely. Thank you, and pleasure to be here for the 4th time in a row. So primarily, I'll divide this answer because this answer could be, different for 2 sets of companies. For B2C companies, the answer could be different for ROI. And for valuation-based companies, the answer could be different because they are backed by the investors. So I'll try to answer this particular question considering bootstrapped B2B companies actually. So primarily, attention metrics should be divided in 3 pieces mainly. The first one is a people, second one is a process, and third one is the data. When I say people, of course, while generating or executing the demand generation, the metrics could be, extremely focused and stringent for the people, including the demand generation team, lead generation team, or say sales people actually. For processes, the metrics could be different. now when I say processes, one of the fundamental example of the process could be RevOps, which is the revenue operations. So revenue operations is a set of streamlined workflow where there is no perennial disconnection between marketing, sales, and customer success as the three departments. So the metrics could be different for processes. And third one is the data. So when I say data, it could be a potential data for the prospects. It could be a potential data for the sales conversion, or the different CRM metrics could be junk metrics, as Mohammed mentioned actually. So but one of the fundamental metric that we have seen that has worked well in terms of the attention span for the prospects is the call to action. Because primarily, in B2B, there are typically only 3 call to actions or 2 call to actions. One is to book the calendar if you are sending the emails, and second one is in-person appointment. If you are at the event, then meeting over a coffee. Typically, as those CTAs are quite repeated, we really need to find out some interesting CTAs as well, the call to actions. So in order to grab the attention of the prospects, we have seen one interesting call to action for India's leading data center company, for which we did the campaign where the target audience was the CIOs of the large corps. Now it's very difficult to get the attraction or getting the attention of the CIOs actually. So from that particular perspective, one of the call to actions that we used was not for the appointment, was not for the remote meeting. It was inviting them for the dinner every Friday. And surprisingly, what we have noticed is around 85 CIOs participated at that particular data center facility, where the first, they demonstrated, entire data center to those CIOs, and then there was a dinner. So, those kind of lucrative CTAs have also, played a crucial role. Having said that, ROI is very crucial because, emotions will not pay the bills actually. So hence, we need to really have the right striking balance between ROI, the KPIs, and of course intuitive approach when it comes to executing those campaigns. So we might need to give a little time, because a lot of the companies, they want to see the results from day one itself, which might not be possible in all the cases, because it's a combination of intuition, ROI, and also the methodologies that we adopt.
All right, thanks. So turning back to B2C, how are attention metrics applied to better marketing performance and improve customer experience?
Yeah, absolutely. So actually, I just want to emphasize one thing. Like in marketing, B2B, B2C, they are very similar by the end of the day, because behind it, as we have seen in the first panel, the same thing when you build your brand. I mean, you are the human behind the gonna buy. So sometimes both metrics work, both B2B and B2C by the end. But when you focus now on the B2C, actually when we use the right attention metrics, it helps us first improve our ad optimization and performance. It helps us as well optimize the resource allocation. And some of those metrics that apply to B2C are depth of scroll, interaction rate, or like video completion rate. These are things that we do mainly on content creation and ad optimization. And then when we jump more into how these metrics help us to optimize our marketing in B2C, we can apply them to do things like personalization. For example, things that Netflix has been doing when they track what content you are paying more attention to, then they will give you the right recommendations for what series or movies you want to watch next. Another example of how these metrics apply to B2C is in terms of loyalty program optimization and improvement. Because like when you notice and when you track also your customers' behaviors and interactions, and you know they are paying more attention to specific content, or they are making like a recurring visit to a specific product, then you can customize and personalize their loyalty programs and loyalty communication emails to make sure they take the right actions with the right recommendations. And the third example in B2C is the post-engagement optimization or post-purchase optimization. So again, you know that your customers bought this product from the online store, for instance, and then because they have been watching more ads or because they have been more engaging with the social content, then you can do the right product recommendations or maybe the right product promotion with the right discount to make sure you improve the customer loyalty and retention.
Thank you. So Harshal, what specific attention metrics should performance marketers prioritize to measure engagement effectively? Can you share some examples where attention metrics directly influenced outcomes, business outcomes?
Yes, absolutely. So I think for this, the important aspect is to analyze several metrics into it. But one of the, of course, key metrics that we always need to analyze is the conversion. It could be a sales conversion, or it could be from a MQL SQL standpoint, it could be a marketing qualified lead as well. So of course, the rest of the things, for example, the email click rate, email for open rate, those things will always go to a toss now, because I was just researching about the one tool that can be installed in order to track how many people have opened the emails. But now iOS have banned that particular tool. So because it's a breach of privacy. So eventually we might not be able to analyze how many people have opened the emails, how many people have clicked the email. Same goes for Google Workspace or Office 365. If you install those kind of tools, your emails will eventually reach to a spam folder. So the crucial metrics that we can always focus upon is the conversion, specifically from the intent standpoint. When I say intent, the lead should have a strong need of what they're looking for. And unfortunately, those needs cannot be figured out only with the help of the campaigns. There is a requirement of the preliminary meeting actually. So from that perspective, nobody will come up front and tell you that we want to build this particular app. It's a very rare scenario. So hence, conversion is one of the key metrics, I would say.
Okay, thank you. So with your permission, both of you, I would like to present some of the work that I did as my company was a development manager in the real estate field for several years, for more than 20 years. And, coming to how we would get attention. So, for example, this was a luxury villa project in Bangalore, where I live. And the villas costed, in today's price, from $500,000 to about $1.2 million. But unfortunately, even though it was our responsibility to do all the sales, we were given a very low marketing budget, like extremely low. So if we would go and spend that marketing budget in say, normally the traditional way of advertising that real estate projects do around the world, showing trees and birds and lakes and whatnot, we would just run out of money. So with very little money to spend, we said, let's go for the shock and awe treatment. So we did this instead of going to mainstream newspapers, because we were addressing luxury villas. Obviously, we assumed that the people who could afford these villas have some connection with business. So we went to business media. And we did these 3 right-hand side pages in what is India's leading business newspaper, the Economic Times. And I don't know, can you all read that? You can. So yeah, so are you a homeless millionaire in Bangalore? How can be, I mean, that's a contradiction, right? I mean, if you're a millionaire, how are you homeless? And this is the full page. And that's all there was. No name of project, no logo, no location, no pictures, no nothing. So this is page 3. And then, do I have to do it, or I have to do it, okay? So when people turn the page to page 5, that text was no longer there. Suddenly they had to move their eyes down to the left-hand corner. And again it said, Are you a homeless millionaire in Bangalore? But the subtext changed. You know, your income has gone up 3 times in 3 years, but are you still living in a home which your juniors can afford today? And then when people turn to page 7, are you a homeless millionaire in Bangalore? Italian marble, blah. Centralized AC, blah. Swimming pool, blah. Luxury is much more, isn't it? It's time to move to the only luxury gated community within city limits. Still, no name of the project, no name of the developer, no nothing. And you look at the email, move at the rate of the soonest.in. This brought us, within the next 4 days, a swarm of people in the biggest of Mercedeses and BMWs and Audis, and we sold 11 villas in the next 2 weeks, which gave us enough money. The deposits that people paid gave us enough money to do our next level of advertising. So another example is completely going to another kind of project. This was more like affordable housing, meant for startup executives, maybe in their 4th year or 5th year or 6th year with the company. Nothing like the smell of sweat. So here the idea was, again, we built in so many amenities into the project which made sense. It wasn't just like, oh, we have a swimming pool and we have a park and we have a badminton court. We thought about what are the pain points that people face in living communities, and how do we address those pain points? And then once we address them in the design, then this is how we market it. Nothing like the smell of sweat. Well, the Republic has 2 gyms, indoor and outdoor. My baby poops more than yours. Basically, the Republic has a mom and me park for nursing mothers. Okay, because if you're living in a community and you have a baby for the first time, you'd like to hear experiences from other young mothers. Bicycle on 200 saris. I'm sure everybody is familiar with the traditional Indian women's dress, the sari. So what's the point in creating bicycle tracks equal to the length of a few saris? The Republic has a 1,000 meter, that's a 1 kilometer cycling track. Parking in the kitchen, the Republic has dedicated zones only for parking residents' bicycles. 3-year-old smoking. So we had found in an earlier project of ours that residents used to just smoke all over the place and leave the cigarette stubs anywhere on the ground. And little kids would pick up these cigarette stubs, and God knows, maybe even put it in their mouth. So here we created specifically smoking pods, lockable, where a kid couldn't reach the height, so that this would not happen. Cricket inside a jail, the Republic has a circular cricket ground with a 60-yard diameter. So, yeah, just going back. So again, this whole campaign led to a huge amount of footfall and a huge amount of sales. And then last but not the least is another project in which we had a very, very, very low budget, and it was a huge challenge. It was in a city called Jaipur in northwest India. I think the 9th or 10th largest city in India perhaps. And the largest ever, this is again affordable housing, and the largest ever real estate project that had been done in Jaipur was 225 apartments in 2006. And we took on the responsibility to sell this project of 3,600 apartments. From 225, the largest ever done in the city, to 3,600. And this was 2009, the crash, the marketing crash that Dr. Radhi had referred to. It was a very challenging time and a very low marketing budget. So we said, so how do we handle this? Okay. So somebody in our team, she came up with an idea saying, people in Jaipur are traditionally minded. When they build a house, they call a priest to come and do a little traditional ceremony, puja, it's called in India, okay, which is like a, offering to God. So why don't we have 3,600 priests coming in and, we'll see if we can break a Guinness World Record or create a Guinness World Record. And that's bound to, create some publicity free of cost. And I said, please do. This is a brilliant idea. Okay, contact Guinness World Records, see if we are actually creating or breaking a record. And she found out, yes, we were. So we had this, groundbreaking ceremony. Even though we had only invited 3,600 priests, 4,532 people turned up because they heard there was free lunch and a box of sweets given to them. And another 4,000 people came to witness the ceremony. There was this, you can see the lady with glasses on the left, on the top right-hand corner. She was from Guinness World Records. That's the handsome me in between, and the man with the turban is the real estate developer. We had more than 6 hours of live television coverage. Every channel in India covered this event live. It went on for 50 minutes, so we had 9 channels, 8 or 9 channels covering it live. And then after that, for the next few days, we had 115 articles about it, many of them on front pages. Free front page coverage, Jaipur project breaks Guinness World Record, etc. And I mean, 750 apartments sold in 4 weeks. So from 225, which was the largest done till then, it was, yeah. So thank you. Coming back to Mahmood. So we've talked about attention metrics. How are they measured? And what tools do marketers use to measure them?
Well, I would say maybe one of the main attention metrics is like the eye tracking. And I believe that when you were looking at these slides, most of you were looking at these slides, right? So all your eyes were pointing to this screen because it was attention catching. Even though I would like, maybe we can have this in another panel discussion, but what is common between all these 3 case studies is low budget. And my question is, why you always have to deal with low budget when it comes to marketing? Well, but that's another story for another panel, another day. But now, going back to attention metrics, depending on what you want to measure, and you go with your first objective and setting exactly your goals, but some of the metrics you can measure are like the scroll depth on a page, and for this you can use tools that will indicate like heat maps. Heat maps, so you can know exactly the regions that were most viewed or visited or clicked on your web page, and this will help you to optimize the design or the layout or even the creative and the position of your items on the page. That will lead to page optimization and then conversion rate optimization and maximizing ROI. Another example, if you are doing like mobile app application or development or marketing, then you can use tools like amplitude or Mixpanel, for instance, that will help you to measure the exact interactions of your users on your app and know exactly the flow of their journey and where they are stuck, so we can optimize the user experience or the user interfaces to get better conversions again. So these are 2 examples of how you can use interaction or attention metrics to optimize your marketing campaigns.
Thank you. So Harshal, what role does account-based marketing or ABM play in leveraging attention metrics to drive ROI in B2B campaigns?
Absolutely. So,
even though Mahmood said there's no difference between B2B and B2C, since you're only in the B2B space.
Correct. So just a quick question. So how many of you know ABM, account-based marketing? I'm sure many of you must knowing it. So the first thing about the ABM is it's not spray and pray. It's going very focused, very targeted, and very niche in terms of the target audience. I'll give you one of the example. while working with world's #2 leading analytics company for the online retailers and e-commerce companies. So the first question that we asked them that what is the target audience? They said FMCG. So we tried the campaign for FMCG as a broader target audience. It didn't work. Then we asked them the question that in FMCG, can you please tell us your exact audience? So then they said, we are working with the consumer electronics and consumer durables. Again, we broaden it up and then we went a little niche and asked them the further question that in consumer electronics, what is your target audience? Whether it's mobiles, it's a fridge, or it's, the other electronic equipments. So I think going extremely niche and then crafting the message based on the target audience is something that is very crucial in ABM. Again, it's not maybe reaching out to 1,000 people a day. It's reaching about only 20 or 15 people a day and then getting, the rewards from only 5 or 7 people, which are the qualified ones. It is picking up the pace because, cold calling is dying for sure. Cold calling is not working nowadays, and even now, 2 countries are, launching a thing that your number should be verified before you given a call, else it will be, blacklisted. In terms of, the B2B audiences specifically, let's say if someone is looking out for software IT company, for example, people will not go on Instagram or Facebook to search which is the top IT company from whom they want to develop it. So I think over there, ABM is going to play a role because it will be a connect-based campaign. It will not be a spray and pray. It will be a very focused, and then the connect will be leveraged in terms of the target audience that we're reaching out. From ABM standpoint, earlier there were a lot of tools which were available in order to trace a lot of the things. But as I said earlier, I just asked GPT before some time that, is there any tool that will analyze whether the message is coming from GPT? GPT said yes. Now Google Workspace is developing a tool that if you send an email which is generated by GPT, your email will straight away reach to the spam folder. So from that particular perspective, I think as technology is enhancing, ABM cannot be automated. It still requires, the emotions that we need to deliver to the potential prospects actually.
Yeah, I mean, just to follow up, very rightly what you talked about blacklisted numbers, right, for cold calling. And now, specifically, I know that from February or March, India is going to go also for whitelisted numbers for banks and insurance companies and all that. So which will start with specific digits, which then once the consumers start becoming aware, it will take years, of course. We have about 1.45 billion people, but people will stop answering, calls that they don't recognize. Do you think the same thing is going to happen with emails, blacklisted and whitelisted?
It is happening actually.
Already started?
It is already started. So though, let's say Google Workspace have the email limitations of 200 emails a day, but even if you send a same message to, let's say, 40 people, your domain will be blacklisted next day.
Wow, okay.
So because, and it's a cautious choice by, because Google or Microsoft, they don't want to ruin their reputation. Same like, phone numbers or VoIP did actually. So from that perspective, the governance is pretty strong in those areas as well. Hence, bulk emailing, no way. I mean, it will not work long run.
So basically, the world of marketing is headed for a lot of disruption.
That's correct.
And, so Mahmood, how can attention metrics influence creative strategy in channel selection and multi-channel campaigns?
Yeah, no, I guess you showed us only 3 examples of how those attention metrics can really influence the strategy in terms of channel, medium, and what things we're going to use. But let me just give you some more examples. Like, suppose, and obviously when you are measuring the right attention metrics, like maybe you are running some video campaigns, and instead of just measuring the impressions of your video campaigns, because they don't tell you much, you are actually measuring the watch time of your videos. So here, you could optimize the length of your videos if you notice that people are not watching too much of your videos. Maybe you want to make them shorter, and that will influence your video strategy. Or if you are doing some multi-channel strategy, suppose, for instance, you are running some outreach campaigns on email, and on WhatsApp messaging, for instance, and you want to measure the interaction rate. And if you notice that you get higher interaction rate on WhatsApp, then you obviously want to double down on this channel, and maybe you replace your email marketing strategy. A third example, maybe if you are doing some cross-channel campaigns and you want to optimize what gets you higher clicks, but also more importantly, what gets you a high conversion rate after the clicks. So all these things, like when you know what metrics you are tracking, what are your objectives, and what channels or what format of the content is driving you more or getting you more attention, this is how you can optimize and experiment. Because remember, marketing is all about like testing, experimenting new things, and measuring the right attention metrics will help you identify what gets more attention, and this is where you can optimize.
Okay. So before we head into Q&A, one last question, Harshal. So how do you see attention metrics redefining MQLs and SQLs going forward, and also the sales engagement rates?
Correct. So I think specifically, more than Russia and the US, there is a cold tussle always between marketing and sales departments. Marketing, blames sales guys that, you
generated the lead, you were not able to close it.
Correct. And same goes for, the sales team to the marketing team. I think there needs to be a very clear, framework or clarity that is required for both the teams. For marketing team, the definition of lead should be pretty clear. And for the sales team, I think the definition of lead should be pretty clear. And for that, I think lead nurturing, before even we go to the lead nurturing, I think the lead scoring plays a very crucial role in order to get that particular clarity between both the departments actually. So for MQLs, for marketing team, the appropriate definition could be, downloads of the white paper. Whether they are clicking on, appointment booking links, those could be the CTS, because while working with a lot of the companies, what we have seen is marketing is always held responsible for the sales closures, which cannot be true in all the cases actually, because closures always depends on, right from your web presence, the brand development initiatives that you might have done, or even the value propositions that you're providing. Hence, I think for sales, then the closure could be one of the key KPIs to track. And for marketing, it could be different. Having said that, the unified growth framework is something that will address this particular issue of removing the silos between all those three departments. I think in that, RevOps, which is a revenue operations, where marketing and sales team will come together, and CustOps, which is a customer success and project delivery team, will come together. And if we remove that particular silos between the delivery department and the sales and marketing department, I think there is a good scope to improve the sales convergence in the future actually.
So just one comment. One of the ways that I handle this challenge of the conflict between marketing and sales is I had my entire team all the time, all through the years that we did this, 6 months sales, same person would move 2 months marketing. Then come back 6 months sales, move to 2 months marketing. So everybody in the team has always seen both sides of the coin.
Absolutely, that's a good strategy actually.
Thank you. Yeah, questions? No questions? Okay, great. Oh, she has a question.
Hi, good afternoon. My question was, my name is Avni Sanghvi. I'm from Veena Developers from Mumbai. My question was that we spoke about personalization in the terms of ROI. How can we do that in terms of digital marketing to generate quality leads?
Mahmood, would you like to take?
Can you please repeat the question?
Yeah. So we spoke about personalization during the discussion. Personalized ads would lead to more ROI. So how can we do that? Like how can we target the ads in a personalized manner so that we can get good quality leads?
Yeah. So actually, there are a couple of things you can do to personalize your advertising. Knowing that when we talk about ad, this is at the awareness stage of your customers, and you want to capture their attention, right? So there are two things you can do. First is by doing a lot of A/B testing, and doing the right targeting and segmentation of your audience. So I'll give you a simple example. Suppose you have cat, right? So do you want to see advertising of dogs? Absolutely not, because that's not the right pay that you have. So by doing the right like geographic targeting or interest-based targeting and preference targeting, I can do the right message to the right audience. That at the very first stage. Second thing I can do is, because I'm keeping track of previous interactions and engagement of my audience, then I can do retargeting again to be more specific about the messaging I want to show to my audience. And all this is before purchase. So if it's post-purchase, in this case I have more customer data, and I can do even a more specific targeting, either through email, if I have their contact information with email, or I can create some personalized audiences on Facebook, Meta, or Instagram, or other channels, where I can display those custom ads for them.
Just to add to what Mohammed mentioned, I think personalization at a scale is also possible in B2C industry. And a few data points that usually we analyze includes the city of the decision maker, as in the location of the decision maker, the industry vertical that they belong to. Again, in industry vertical, it could be a sub-industry as well. Then the age of that particular target audience to whom we are reaching out. And if we are reaching out to, let's say, B2B corporates, then the experience that stakeholder has in that particular organization, or throughout the tenure actually. Maybe those kind of data points can be analyzed, but one challenge that we have seen while doing a personalization at a scale is also data cleansing. So not everyone has updated the accurate data, be it on LinkedIn or Facebook or Insta. So in that particular case, data cleansing leads to, let's say, 25 to 30% waste as well. So we might waste that particular budget in a way.
Anyone else?
Hi, Mr. Bagaria, my question...
Come back to you. I think there's a gentleman there before you, and we'll come back to you.
Sure.
Okay, so while he works on his mic, why don't you...
So Mr. Bagaria, my question is for you. So you mentioned people in your team work in the sales department for 6 months and then the marketing for 6 months.
Roughly, no, marketing for 2 months.
For 2 months.
Because you can't have a marketing team as large as a sales team, right? So.
Correct,
yeah.
Yes. So I'll divert a bit and ask you from the HR perspective. So what do you call their job description? Because that is the biggest problem. If I hire somebody in the marketing team, they'll not be very comfortable going in the sales team. So what is that motivation? What is that, how do you create that environment?
So from day one, everybody was hired as, depending on the level at which they were hired, but let's say if they were hired as executive level, they would always be titled, the job title would always be executive marketing and sales, or assistant manager, marketing and sales. We never had somebody, except at a vice president level, we never had anybody sort of only marketing or only sales from an HR perspective. So because I had those challenges in the first year and a half with this big conflict, etc. So that's how I resolved it, that, and during the interview process, we always made sure they understand that they're going to be rotated. And the 6 months, 2 months is rough. I mean, it's not necessary hard line 6 months, 2 months.
Got it. So follow up on that. If you see the Gen Z right now, I also belong to the Gen Z, but I see a lot of resistance towards sales, especially in our generation. So they think marketing is cool, creative, you get to use your mind, but sales is more of a persistence sort of a job. So are you seeing the same thing? Is there any way how we can train people or create an ecosystem where people love sales as much, because both the things work hand in hand?
So in my teams, the salespeople earned more money than the marketing because of the incentives. So it was cool to be in marketing, but it was hot to be in sales.
Absolutely. So it's the incentive.
I mean, because of the incentives.
All right.
I mean, they would get a commission from what we would earn out of a sale. The marketing team only had to share, they only got to share from a pool, but the salesperson who actually closed the sale actually, got a percentage of what the company would earn.
Correct, makes sense. But I think yours is a very high ticket sales, so that's the motivation is pretty high.
If you understand Indian rupees, we sold property at 9.75 lakhs also, like a one-bedroom apartment at 9.75 lakhs. So not all was high ticket. I mean, the Guinness World Record, that was 9.75 lakhs for a one-bedroom, and then 14.75 lakhs for a two-bedroom. So yeah, not necessarily. Most of the large projects, high ticket cannot be large. The project has to be small. So all the large projects that I've done, I did a project in Electronic City, Bangalore, 15,000 apartments. Largest project till date in India in terms of the volume of apartments. Those are all small ticket sales. But then you sold much more.
Right. Got it. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
I'd like to add two more things about this. Like, first, depending on the structure of your team and the size of the team, but if you have sales and marketing team working together as a cross-functional team, sharing the same objectives and having the same project together, this is how you can create better alignment. And so are both involved in the same project with this common objective to achieve. And about the second point is also because it's normal that Gen Z will be more resistant to sales roles because sales has shifted and has changed a lot in the last, let's say, at least 10 years, moving from outbound sales to more inbound sales. So today we see a lot of more different sales tactics involving founder-led sales or inbound-led sales, and it's more content and engaged selling. And today, if you do the marketing, really good marketing is to do selling without selling. So if you manage to do that, we'll definitely remove frictions in the sales department and make it more appealing to them.
Makes sense. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Praveen, representing RAK Softtech Private Limited. My question is related to the budget of marketing and sales. As you mentioned and showed some of the examples where you have the low budget options. So how do we define the budget allocations? Is there any parameters or control measures while deciding the budget for the marketing and sales?
Yeah, I guess it depends on industry to industry. But to give you an example, in Dubai, I'm talking about the field that I'm most familiar with, and that's real estate. In Dubai, when a financial feasibility is done, before a project starts getting developed, they budget 8.5% for marketing and sales, 8.5% of revenue. In the US, they budget 15% of revenue. In India, we budget 2%. So geographically, the budgets change. Industry-wise, the budgets change. I mean, if you're selling jewelry, you can't afford to have even 1% as your budget, right? So it depends on what your margins are. I guess in software, you can have a much more higher percentage. So it depends on the industry, it depends on the geography.
For example, just to add, Zomato, for example. For the first 2.5 years, their entire budget was fully focused on building the application. And after that, the 80% allocation is happening only for the marketing and sales. So again, it could be, it also, as he rightly said, it depends on the target industry as well as whether it's a bootstrapped or valuation-based firm, actually.
Life cycle of the business also. Yeah. I mean, a Rolls-Royce will have a larger budget compared to a Suzuki. Any other questions?
Hi everyone. This is Rachita. I'm from NP Digital, a digital agency. My question is for Mr. Bagaria. We, as a strategist, we get a lot of real estate brand leads, right? So their ticket size is around 2 to 7 crore, and they want to target, HNIs. But their budget, when they come to us, the budget is like 3 to 5 lakhs per month, and they're asking for site visits as well through digital marketing campaigns, right? For us as a digital strategist, it's very challenging to sort of give a very certain numbers in terms of site visits, because we see there is a very complex journey when it comes to buying a real estate, right? Especially in a country like India, right? Especially if you're talking about a very specific project in the outskirts of Hyderabad, right? So what are the initial tactics that we can apply, we can maybe suggest to real estate brands that, that needs to be done in tandem with the marketing team? Especially when it comes to, like you were talking about the qualified leads, the qualified sales that needs to happen through your digital marketing campaign. So what are the tactics that you would like to suggest?
So this requires a sort of longish kind of discussion, and I think we are already running very late, but quickly, I think targeting is the most important thing. So, just take, for example, you want to sell some real estate on the outskirts of Hyderabad, and there is hardly a population there. So the population that you want to attract are people actually living within city limits. What do? Do you sort of print little leaflets and hire helicopters and drop all those leaflets all over the city, hoping that you'll reach, everybody that you want to reach? Or do you think that you can sort of use a business like Harshal's and or people who specialize in creating databases and actually get to know, okay, so these are people who are potential buyers. So I'll give you an example. So if it's a residential project, if you find the 2 closest schools, then maybe you need to get hold of a list of the students who study there, their parents' addresses, and actually drop that leaflet to their mailboxes. So
But
I
from
guess
the
targeting.
digital perspective only, like you talked about.
You can do the same thing in digital. I mean, in digital works even better than in the physical world, right? So digital targeting is far easier. I mean, when we started back in 2002, 2003, there was no digital. There was no digital world. So everything we did was physical. Today, digital, I mean, you can target much easier, right? Yeah. But we can have a longer discussion after. Yeah.
Happy to discuss. Thank you.
Anybody else would? Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that session. Amazing. So it's now time to celebrate the exceptional individuals and organizations that are making waves in their industries. This recognition session highlights those who have gone above and beyond to drive innovation, leadership, and excellence. From groundbreaking technologies to trailblazing strategies, these honorees remind us of what's possible when creativity meets determination. Their contributions are shaping the future, and today we're here to honor their achievements. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Anne K. Summer. She is PAA CEO of Anne Summer Coaching. And Anne will be helping us today to distribute the awards. Okay, so moving on to the first award. The first award is FUELD Conference Trendsetters to Watch Award. So please give a big round of applause as they make their way onto stage, Ahmed M. Ammar. Ahmed is the VP of Commercial and Expansion at Labs, logical applications for business solutions. He is a successful ERP veteran with 18 years of experience guiding diverse enterprises through successful digital transformations. His deep understanding of evolving roadmaps across Microsoft, Oracle, and SAP systems ensures that your business journey aligns with tomorrow's landscape. Moving on to the next award. The next award is for Trendsetters to Watch, and this goes to Bello Tongo. Bello is the founder and CEO of the award-winning Tungsten Group. He is a multi-award-winning executive leader with 14 plus years of experience in entrepreneurship, digital innovation, education, and design. Bello is a global Meaningful Business 100 Award nominee. As a recognized business leader with public, private, and non-profit clientele globally. He is a Skills Outside School Foundation trustee, a member of Institute of Directors, Young Directors Forum, VC4A, with 22K startups globally, and ACCI's Young CEOs Club. Give him another round of applause. Moving on to our third award. Our award is for FUELD Conference Trendsetters to Watch Award. And please give a big round of applause to Mustafa Radi. Radi is the CEO of FinAngel Enterprises. He studied electronics and informatics at TU Vienna. During his PhD, he took part in numerous international conferences in microelectronics. In 1999, he presented AI solutions for solving nonlinear differential equation systems. Since 2006, he has dedicated all of his know-how to the financial industry to enable high-quality digital access for everyone. Next up is our award for FUELD Conference Trendsetters to Watch Award. Please give a big round of applause to Nidhi Segal. Nidhi is the General Manager of Strategy and Growth at FLC Marketing Group, an integrated shopper and experimental marketing agency in the GCC. With over 17 years at top agencies such as Saatchi and Sheer Worldwide, she has led transformative campaigns that not only won awards, but also redefined brand consumer connections. Recently honored as a 2024 Business Elites 40 Under 40 and received recognitions from the WOW Awards Middle East and MENA Digital Awards. Moving on to our next award, FUELD Conference Trendsetters to Watch. Please welcome to the stage, Rachita Sharma. With a remarkable stint as a former business head at Athenos, Rachita has already named the industry identifiers. As an AVP Client Strategy and Growth with NAP Digital India, Rachita seamlessly fuses strategic thinking, critical analysis, and consumer-centric insights to win. At Athenos, her role was to see her orchestrating groundbreaking campaigns and spearheading transformative initiatives that propelled brands to new heights. Another FUELD Conference Trendsetters Award goes to Ramesh Alwan. Ramesh is the founder and managing director of Radush Technologies PVT Limited. Having spent his career with organizations like Citibank, GE, IBM, and Kyndryl, his expertise in consulting and developing solutions and products in technology areas like DevOps, DevSecOps, SRE, observability, AI Ops, ML Ops is unparalleled. He is a blue chip consultant and trainer in these technological arenas and has trained for over 3,000 candidates for the last 24 months across the world's leading firms. Another FUELD Conference Trendsetters Award is to Stephen Nasser. Stephen is the Chief Technology Officer for Sabre, working strategically with the technology vendors. He manages the company's IT infrastructure, implementing innovations in cloud computing, application-driven operations, and software automation. Stephen is also responsible for the digitization of the factory and integration of the machines into a connected work cell. And the last award for this section, Trendsetters to Watch Award. And please give a big round of applause to Vipul Panand. As the Chief Operating Officer of Terabum Solutions Private Limited, established in 2013, Vipul has driven the company's growth with a background in SOA architecture from his time at Tata Consultancy Services, TCS. He brings a deep technical expertise to his role, leading web and mobile app development. His leadership has been key in managing high-profile projects for clients like Domino's India and Fortis Healthcare. Thank you so much, Anne, for all your help delivering those awards. Please can we give her another round of applause? Congratulations to all our honorees. Your work inspires us all to push boundaries and rethink what's possible. So let's give all our awardees another big round of applause as well. Okay, everyone, it's time to refuel. It is lunchtime, so it's also a time to build meaningful opportunities and connections. So use this time to reflect on the insights of this morning, strike up conversations that could lead to your next big idea or collaboration. So whether you're discussing marketing strategies, sharing tips, or brainstorming future innovations, this is the perfect setting to network. And please do not forget to visit the exhibit booths. They're showcasing some of the most innovative solutions and technologies that you'll want to explore. So while you're at it, you can swing by the 2.0 Conferences exhibit booth and learn more about our exciting events in the USA in March and in Dubai in November. So also, don't forget, use the hashtag FueledConf to share your experiences online. So we'll see you back here at 1:30 sharp. Please enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you soon. Thank you. Can I ask for all the awardees to come up on stage for one group photo before you disappear for lunch? Thank you so much.
Hey, check 1, 2. Hey, hey, check.
Hello? Yeah, seems fine.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. How are we feeling after lunch? Fed and watered? Ready for the second half of the day? Perfect. Amazing. So I hope you made lots of networking, met some new people, had some good chats outside, and we're going to carry on with the schedule this afternoon. So let's talk about the future of generative AI. From creating hyper-personalized campaigns to automating time-intensive processes. You will agree that this technology is reshaping everything from content creation to consumer engagement and everything in between. So our upcoming keynote is Gen AI and the Future of Marketing by Amit Alok. He's the Group CEO and Chief DX PTE Limited, and will explore how Gen AI is not only transforming marketing, but also redefining how brands connect with audiences. He will highlight real-world applications and offer insights to how companies can leverage Gen AI to stay ahead in an increasingly competitive landscape. So, can we give a big round of applause as we welcome Amit to the stage?
Hello. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch, but not too well eaten, because, you know, my job is to keep you all awake. So I'm hoping that will be the case. So help me out. Okay, so a little word about myself. I've run tech companies for the last 30 years in Asia Pacific and Europe. Microsoft, London Stock Exchange Group, Economist, and the others. But the one theme has been data. Data as a competitive advantage, and nothing has changed in that respect with Gen AI. So I'm going to talk to you about Gen AI, the evolution, but also in practical terms, what you can expect to see actually is in 2025. And that's agentic AI. So let's start. Chief DX was started because in 2017 we came out of what was called the AI winter. And that is when hardware and software became affordable for companies to be able to leverage it to get a competitive advantage. We set up in Singapore, but the first project we got was the government of Dubai, and they wanted AI ahead of its time. So we did that, but we focused mostly in AI consulting and bespoke AI implementations. That's our focus. We do nothing else. We have sales operations in this part of the world, in Asia and Europe, and similarly data centers in the same locations. So that's a brief background on us. Let's have a look at what the world of LLMs, large language models, looks like. The old way of doing AI, and I have to say 70% of the world still uses what we call predictive AI. So your machine learning and deep learning models, the transformer models, basically. And they use data, historical data, to predict the future. But, as I said, they're still running, they're still live, and they are still giving a competitive advantage. The difference with Gen AI is that it allows you to create new content. So if you look at the two examples I put there, it's cross-modal and multimodal. So the examples are, you know, you can take a scene from a clip or even a movie, and the model will then return a narrative of the scene that it sees. Or you could take a screenplay and adapt it for the game world. That's all possible now. But the future is in agentic AI, which AI agents who perform a certain task, and they become very, very powerful if they collaborate. And with collaboration, amongst themselves and in a hybrid way with humans, they can deliver faster, better results. And we'll look at that later on. I'm going to let the AI speak for me at the end of the session with the demo. And that was created on the platform, so you'll see what it can do. But a word of caution. There are risks associated with Gen AI, and which is why we always suggest to our clients that you experiment. You know, if you want to run a project now, you should have started experimenting about 6 months ago. It takes that sort of lead time to understand what is possible, what is not possible. There's so much going on. So that's our advice. But time to learn, experimentation. So I'm going to take something from McKinsey, and they've defined exactly what sort of organization will use what sort of technology in the Gen AI world. So if you bear with me, makers are your Mag 7 and your hyperscalers. They're going to spend $1 billion a year creating models. Most of us don't get to use that sort of budget, but that's the world we live in now. At the bottom end, you've got the takers. These are your APIs, but they're individual consumers. It is what you call co-pilots. But there's a danger with co-pilots because everybody's using the same model, which means competitive advantage is difficult. Differentiation is much, much harder. So we would like the idea of shapers. You take a foundation model, you fine-tune it with your own proprietary data, and that gives you your competitive advantage. So from a McKinsey perspective, they coined these 3 terms: makers, shapers, and takers. I would suggest we go for takers. Sorry, shapers. Now, if you look at it from our perspective, so when you're looking at across the model development stack, without getting too technical, you're looking at speed, efficiency, and agility, balanced out with expertise, risk, completeness, and cost. There's a balance there. And you have to decide if you're looking into Gen AI development, where on this line you want to be, because there are trade-offs. And we suggest to our clients that we stand to the extent Gen AI with your own data using RAG and Raft, and fine-tune some of the Gen AI models. This is what we work with for our clients in healthcare, in GovTech, in education, and the like. And so this is just another way of looking at it, but it explains it a little better as to why. Why are we suggesting this? Because of the trade-offs. So I mentioned experimentation, and that's primarily due to the velocity of innovation. We track the number of models that are being generated. And I can tell you that every week we have 100 new models coming out, and we have to try and get a handle on those and to see whether that's the best model that a client would want to use for that particular use case that they're interested in. So that's why I said about the 6 months experimentation. And when you do that, you're looking at a number of phases. The model experimentation phase looks at CPU, GPU, the amount of processing required. And so it's not a simple matter of a vendor coming to a client and saying, oh, well, this is the best way, because in a month that might change. So you really need to understand where you are in that horizon of changing models and standards that come through. So it's not a simple thing. So when we look at evolution, and I'm trying to use a use case of marketing now, we started with marketing co-pilots, so they help you create copy, because that's what Gen AI does. It creates new content. You give it some parameters, and it will create some new content. So that's all very well, and that's great. You get the data from your internal first parties, it's proprietary to you, and you can use external sources that you can buy in. And on style and brand, it's important that a human provides that. So as providing collateral to an AI, you want to be able to get your style and brand across. Marketing agents, well, they automate almost everything that a marketing department will do, but it does require a human in the loop. And I'm going to show you what that looks like, but it does allow you some better results, some superior results than you can get without agentic AI. And then the future lies in autonomous marketing teams. We're not there yet, but the idea is that, I don't know if you follow what Sam Altman and the other tech CEOs talk about, I do, and in June this year, they said, well, we're looking forward to your one-man unicorn, so your one-man billion-dollar company. And I don't mean they outsource the rest, they're using agents for the rest. And if you think about the use case of marketing, that will be a CMO with a bunch of agents, being that one person. I actually believe that the reality is you need 3 people. You need a words guy, person, who could be marketing and sales. You need a numbers person, so they handle the financial. And then you need a visionary and a tech person. So I think minimum 3 people to create a billion-dollar company with agents collaborating. But we're not there yet. And the reason is trust. We're not there about trusting AI to be able to do everything. So you've got to have humans in the loop. So if you're looking for this type of autonomous marketing teams, it's a few years out, but not as long as you might think. So the way we look at it, we suggest that if you're looking at Gen AI development, you start looking for reusable tools because they'll get updated as new technology waves come along. And that protects your investment. You do some research on GPU combinations, cloud stack options, and your use case. Your use case is absolutely critical. You've got to get the right use case to start something because of the danger of failure in experimentation. But you don't want such a large failure, but you want to learn from those too. That's what experimentation's about. And then there's a whole framework looking at accuracy and costs and to see basically what the latency might be. For example, ChatGPT, if you're just using it as an API, there were times when it took 26 seconds to answer a query. Right? That's unacceptable if you're waiting for a result. So you have to balance this out as we spoke earlier. So you have to get that output and see where the delays might be, which models are working, what sort of load balancing you require. And that's what you need to look at in terms of a framework. Again, not getting too complicated, but that's how it is. But if you're doing that, your vendor or the partner that you work with must be able to capture the data that comes out from these agents and test it to see whether it's valid. And we suggest you use another LLM, large language model, to test the first one, which is what we do, right? Because you want an AI collaboration, you want to reduce the dependency on bias. So you want to create an LLM that will work through that. So when we're looking at AI agents, you're looking at follow-up question generation. That's the interaction part when you give the agent instructions. Then there's the understanding the collateral. It could be an image, could be a video. It needs to understand what you've given it, so you want to be able to evaluate that. Then you want the report generated, right? So here's my collateral. This is what I do as a business. Create a marketing plan for me. Maybe you asked it to do that. Well, that report generation is the job of one marketing agent. And then using the tools. When you've created your collateral, you want to be able to tell one of the agents where you want to run your campaign. Is it going to be on Meta? Is it going to be on YouTube? Or is it going to be on LinkedIn? Something like that. So your social platforms. The tools need to be selected. So these are the 4 areas we suggest that people use. So here's an example. I mean, if you think I'm just talking out of my head, this is the real evaluation of quality distribution for each subtask. There's 4 subtasks there in different colors across a whole bunch of LLMs. This is a snapshot in time, and 6 months later, this will all change, right? But when we did it, that was it. So you can see from there which ones might be useful. So Claude Sonnet 3.5 seems to be the one at that point in time. But you have to look around and see what else the pros and cons are. And if you're looking for costs, of course, always important, then you've got another LLM evaluating the costs for all the questions and the reports, etc., that you need to consider. Okay, so that's the general theoretical work. So what do we do next? So let's have a look at the digital marketing case. If you're looking at digital marketing and you're really looking at marketing automation, then you have, on the left-hand side, you have agents that have a responsibility. The blue ones are the ones that are going to generate a marketing plan for you. And then the persona generation. Why do we need personas? Well, we need to understand, you might not know, specifically, you might not have the privacy understanding of who your customers are specifically. So you want your AI agents to create personas based on your business strategy or your marketing plan. And also, the social media platforms use personas to target. So if you have it ready, that will help you integrate into the social media platforms. And then you can run the demand generation. Sorry, it looks like I've lost something there. Develop strategies to increase product demand through social platforms and influencers is what that reads. And then finally, content creation. So you can see the number of agents, and then we get to content creation. So what can that mean? That can be social media posters. It can just be an image. That's part of your collateral. It can be webinars. You know, you can actually ask the AI and the platform and the collaborative ones to create a webinar for you. 1-hour webinar, 45-minute webinar on your products. And you get the avatar to speak. I'm going to show you what that looks like. Right? Or you can do YouTube shorts. You know, just run them targeted to your personas through YouTube. Right? These are just examples of social media platforms. So here we come to the demo. I've spoken long enough. I'm going to let the AI talk now. And this is our platform, Terramark AI, that we've created, and told them that I'm speaking to you all here. Can it come up with a demo that explains the platform? It's literally the output from our product.
Welcome to Terramark AI. We have designed as your all-in-one marketing assistant to help you with everything from market research to campaign creation and outreach. Getting started is simple. Just sign up on our web app, complete a quick onboarding process, and upload any relevant collateral like brochures or presentations. The assistant then personalizes your experience to suit your unique needs, so you're ready to begin. With your account set up, you can start with market research. Customized questions based on your onboarding responses and any collateral you've uploaded. The platform will conduct comprehensive market research, providing insights on your competitors, pricing strategies, and your unique strengths. you'll gain a clear view of industry trends, including consumer behavior shifts and technological advancements. Once your market research is complete, you're ready to create detailed customer personas. Our assistant will guide you through questions covering essential details like demographics, purchasing behaviors, and your audience's main challenges and motivations. You can also upload any data or feedback to further personalize these personas. The platform synthesizes all of this to create well-rounded personas that represent your target market, providing deep insights into their needs, preferences, and pain points. With these personas, you're equipped to build campaigns that genuinely connect with each segment of your audience. With your personas ready, the assistant helps you develop a demand generation campaign. A structured plan is created that includes key themes, messaging strategies, and recommended channels, all tailored to your audience's preferences and current market trends. This ensures that every step of your campaign aligns with both your business goals and the needs of your customers, increasing your chances of a successful outreach. Now that you have a solid plan, it's time to create your marketing content. The assistant is ready to help you with tools for everything from social media posters to webinars and video shorts. For social media posters, simply provide your requirements. A custom design will be generated for you. You can even upload an existing poster for analysis, which allows the platform to create a new version tailored to your personas. Choose from our library of templates or customize every detail to create a professional, polished final product. When creating webinars, we offer options for avatars, and templates can be adjusted to suit your target personas. If you have a script, you can use it, or the platform will create one based on your inputs. Once you're satisfied, you'll have a dynamic, engaging webinar that's ready to go. For YouTube Shorts, you can upload or link to a video, and the platform will analyze it to highlight segments that match your persona's interests. Select your preferred clip length, make any final adjustments, and you'll have engaging, persona-targeted shorts ready to share. Finally, once your campaign assets are complete, we make it easy to carry out your targeted outreach. You can connect with your personas on social media platforms like Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram to reach them at just the right time. The platform also supports email campaigns, allowing you to engage directly with personalized messages based on the insights gathered from your personas, ensuring that each message resonates with its intended audience. With Terramark AI platform, you have everything you need for an effective, streamlined marketing function, from research and persona generation to demand campaigns and social media content creation.
So that actually explains why it takes all the work away from me, because I don't have to say all that and do the demo. This was generally created by the platform with all these agents. I didn't have to do anything except answer a few questions as to what I wanted it to say. So this is the future of marketing as we go along into 2025. And you're going to see a lot more of this type of agents and collaborations going forward. We are at the moment looking to launch this, but if anybody's interested in taking part in the early access program, you can talk to my co-founder there, Nikhil, or myself, and we can get you on board. But the point was that here is something which will save time, which will save you a lot of heartache and experimentation. And it'll do it faster than a human can. If you've got campaign A/B testing, it'll run it much faster than anything you could do manually. And that's the idea. That's it. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much for that speech. It was good to hear about the makers and takers and shakers. That's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? But it's great to see that, you know, we've got market research, content creation, email campaigns, script making. AI is really, really, taking businesses on a new level and a new journey. So before we have our next keynote speakers, I would like to do a little bit of networking. So has anyone got a business card on them? Don't be shy. If you've got a business card, can you wave it in the air? Oh, we've got a few over there. Look at that. Brilliant. Anyone else? Yes, excellent. Okay, so even if you haven't got a business card and you just have one of those scanny barcodes, great technology these days, isn't it? I want everyone to go to another table. I want you to swap your business card with another person if you have one, or swap your details. And I want you to write on that business card something memorable about that person. Because networking is not only about meeting new people, exchanging details of your company, but it's also learning about the individuals. We were talking about this earlier, and personal branding. If you know something personal about that person, you're more likely to remember them and shout their name in a room, or recommend them, or even use them at a later date for your own benefit. So I'd like everyone to stand up now, swap tables, and please exchange your business cards and write something down that's memorable about that person that will help you remember them. Don't be shy. We're all friends here. We'll give you just a couple of minutes to do that while we set up for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, you have 6 minutes left, 6 minutes to go and find something interesting about someone in this room. So make sure you write it down, note it down, and we'll start again for the next fireside chat in 6 minutes. Okay, everyone, you have 1 minute left. 1 minute left. Thank you so much, everyone. Can I ask you all to take your seats? I see a lot more smiles in the room now. That's always a positive sign. Hopefully it means that we'll have some more friends at lunchtime. Okay, let's move on. So next is the fireside chat. Now, here is a question for you. In a world where technology is advancing at breakneck speed, do we have the luxury of standing still? Or is embracing innovation the only way forward? So our next session is an engaging discussion, and it tackles this very dilemma. Is resisting technological evolution a choice? Or must we embrace the innovation to shape a limitless future? So we're bringing together experts to explore businesses and industries and individuals and how they can harness technological change instead of fighting it. So please can you give a big round of applause as I welcome the fireside panel up to stage. Please can you give a big round of applause to Ahmed M. Amar, Gerard Anthony, and Alexander Kamenev.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for welcoming us on board. And today we're hosting this panel session to discuss a really engaging topic. And I guess it would be a good way to move forward from the previous keynote session to understand how can we embrace the challenges of bringing the new technology into our business and into the evolution of our companies and to evolution of IT. Now, during the exchange of the business card, I have talked to several people who represent real big banks and companies. And what we were talking about is that they face challenges of upgrading their software and comply with the standards, and both the software and the standards are outdated. My name is Alexander Kamenev. I am a CEO of NerdHeads, a custom software development company. And what we do is we develop new solutions tailored to the needs of the businesses.
I'm Gerard Anthony, CEO of DBTS Technologies. And what we do is we consult on the data management side, we consult on data security side, and we have just launched a product on the data security space to enable companies to provide analytics without accessing customers' data at all. Especially, we are not even talking about encryption or anonymization. We are saying there is zero access to the data. And that's the tech we are bringing forward. And yeah, look forward to the space.
How is it possible? How is it possible to analyze the data? Not
I expected that question. Yeah, it's actually magic in a way. Well, the way we do it is we completely isolate customers' network out, and we use a one-way communication model where you, as an analytics company, you can still deliver SaaS solutions, even to customers like banks, where they simply say that you cannot get data out. And the data just comes in real time from the local network as long as the customer is on their network.
Oh, okay, I see. Very nice solution.
Yeah.
Hello, thank you very much for attendance. It's a pleasure to be here on stage with my colleagues here. It's a pleasure, guys. I'm Ahmed Ammar, the vice president, the commercial vice president of a company called Labs. We're mainly into business solutions that are related to SAP in particular for right now, and we're extending our network for more, but SAP is big enough to be chasing our big portion of the business. We're mainly business consultants. We do implementations across the Middle East for solving businesses, the challenges with the businesses across 18 industries. We operate in the whole Middle East as a whole focus for us, the main focus for us. and resistance is our daily challenge that we face since the last 11 years. And it's always not a challenge only in the adoption of the new softwares or the changes that are there, but I'm so happy to be discussing this with my colleagues here about the resistance, and even with the basic definitions of what's the resistance. How you define the resistance? Is anyone saying no is a resistance? It's part of being human that you may reject something that you would see different than you, but how would you adapt, and how would you face something that may help you to be better? I think that's what we're going to be chatting about for today, starting from this and moving forward until how that can help us to go into a limitless future. So I'll give the mic back to Alexander to be starting his definition for resistance, and how do you see the resistance in general?
Well, the resistance is all over around us. I guess if I ask our audience to raise a hand, like, did anybody of you ever change or ever happen to try to new technology and have resistance applying it into your business, or applying some new ways of marketing or AI things into your particular business? Please show me your hand if you had this kind of challenge. A couple of people did so, and everybody else, like, do you even try to use the new technology? And you tried, and there was no resistance, and it went like super well, super smooth. No, of course not. So yeah, I guess that's everybody faces this problem, and mostly in any domain. But we now have a conference, not only marketing and IT. There are healthcare, education, and during the lunch, I spoke to the guy from the healthcare, and what they do, they predict the addicted people when they will get another break in their addiction. So they collect their data, and then they form a cycle, and they want to prevent the second break of, for example, alcohol addiction. And this is how they embrace the new technology into very challenging problem which humanity has been facing like thousands of years. And they still facing resistance and problems, but they're trying to solve it. And in my company, with my clients, we also try to solve problems that seem to be very like undoable, and they seem to be very hard to embrace. And when we started the project, most of the projects, it's always the question if it's even doable, if it's even achievable. But this uncertainty and this level of stress, it leads to evolution. And I guess you have such experience in your companies as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Even as a technology company, even though we are innovating things, we are bringing to the world a next-gen tech. Yet, when we see how customers respond to it, it's always that resistance. It's like, I have seen, I'll give you an example. I have seen a dashboard in this particular format. I want it exactly like that, even though we are offering the next tech. Statements like, we are used to doing this in Excel, you're giving us a software, my users cannot adapt to it. We will have to stick with this. So I think from our experience, we have also seen, like when we go out of the way and we say, okay, you do your data entry, you do all your management in Excel, and we will do the automation and we will take it forward. Then they are sort of open. So I think from a tech company point, we have to just handhold people to go through that transformation phase, just going and meeting them at their level. But also when you see the resistance to tech, I think it's understandable from where people are coming from. People are used to a certain lifestyle. People don't want change, though we talk about change. When it comes to adapting to something new, people don't want to change. Okay, somewhere people are comfortable where they are. We see also fear, especially with AI evolution and the areas where tech has been playing a major role, especially in the area of genetics and all that. Overall, there are ethical concerns, there are boundaries, there are laws, there are certain privacy concerns, you never know what this is going to lead to. And we sort of understand that space. And I think from there on, it's all about, okay, how do we still embrace, because we don't have a choice, the world is moving forward, you don't embrace it, you will eventually lose out. You will be behind in the race. And so how do you still embrace it, yet leading people along the way, hand-holding them, your customers, partners, all the stakeholders involved? I think it's a lot more challenging than just what it looks like.
Yes, it's challenging, but this is a survival question, so it's not a question of whether we can do or not. It's a question whether we do it and survive and evolve, or whether we just disappear, as, for example, the Kodak, who once were a giant, and then they say, oh, who cares about digital photography, like digital photography would never exist, and where the Kodak is now. Exactly. And this situation happening all around. For example, I can give you an example of one of my projects. The biggest one, it works in the USA, and my client is located in Texas, in Austin, and they work in the delivery domain. And they reached out to us and said, we need a software that will be helping us deliver packages from Amazon to the door, with all the steps like airport to airport, delivery to delivery, and then door to door. And it has to be happening all automatically using the APIs, and it has to be done using the AI and no code and with low budget price, and like in 3 months. Sounds crazy. But now if you live in the USA and if you order something from Amazon, most likely it's delivered by my company. Like not my company, but our client's company, using my software that we developed using the no-code solutions. And it's the reality now that the software and IT solutions which took us years to develop now could be developed in a couple of months, maybe half a year, and it's changing the game. And we here, like, do we have anybody here who is 20 years old? Can you, there are no hands here of people 20 years old, because they are sitting in their, I don't know where they live in, with their laptops on their laps, and they are coding or they're doing their AI unicorns with one-person company. And they are not afraid of new things, they are not afraid of new challenges, they have nothing to lose, they just go and say, oh, let's try this. And we here sitting and saying, are we ready to embrace the new challenges and evolve or not?
True, I think that brings us to a point. The level of resistance or the level of acceptance also depends on the generation we are dealing with.
Well, it's not a are you ready to die? Are you going to underground tomorrow? It's not a generation thing. It's not a generation. It's a mindset. You are not old. You are not like going to retire tomorrow. It's not a generation. It's what you do now. Now you have the reality. You have the experience. You have all the technology. And those guys, what they have, they only have time and nothing to lose. And what keeps us from evolving is fear.
Yeah, no,
it's not generation.
I didn't mean that. What I'm saying is, I think the newer generations are more adaptive to tech compared to probably my generation or the generation before that. And the reason why I say that is, I remember my early days when we were learning computer science. We even had courses on Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint. Today my kids just pick up the phone, they know how to use all the tools. So when it comes to that, it's just, they're so easy to adapt to anything.
I remember Windows 95, and I used to use DOS, so like, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I think it's the level of resistance is mainly attached with the type of resistance that you're having. If it's individual resistance, you don't want to be engaged in this. So I don't like this. When the AI thing in total appeared. Okay, I like the topic. I don't like the products at all. Whatever the product is, it's super magical for me. I'm not opting in, and that stayed for like 6-7 months, I think so. Then I found my team. They're all working with much better tools. They are much faster than me. Right now, I'm having accumulated emails that reached 3,200 something emails that I should be. I was working day and night to be at the quarter of the speed. Day and night to be at the quarter of the speed. And I'm the one experienced. I'm the one available to be replying to all these guys with an empty box, literally each and every day. And right now, it's a technology that, when it was not embraced, I was overwhelmed by it. So that's an individual type of resistance that I had earlier. But sometimes it's like a social resistance. When you're talking, as Alexander was discussing, we're talking projects. Project, it's an organization. It's an organizational change. Sometimes whenever you're having this kind of resistance coming from the, as you mentioned, Excel format, for example, the sales manager mentioned, I need this format, and that's my deal. So all the sales people inside this organization are going to be embracing his requirements. That's a social pressure or social resistance that this is where the embracing the change is going to make him a problem. So that's a social pressure that he's capable of changing the report. He's okay with changing the columns. He's okay with changing the dashboards. It's much better to be isolating the whole data and securing the data in some cube that I can see with multiple dimensions than having it as a flat report on a pie when it was cool, the pie charts when it was that cool. But for the sales manager, it's okay. So I see the kinds of resistance or the type of resistance that if it's an individual resistance, okay, you can get excited and yes, I can change, and yes, I need to be embracing that to be moving forward. But sometimes when it's social resistance, this is the challenge. This is where embracing it might break the whole bike.
Right, and I think that brings another context to it, right? It's about what will be the result of embracing new tech.
Yes,
okay?
yes.
Like, for example, let's say employee management, or you're managing your staff, and you bring in a tech to automatically track every possible activity that they're doing, and you may do it from a tech point of view, like, okay, I can have better billing, track time effectively, I'll know where time is being lost. But look at it from the other side of the table. The employees feel that, okay, they're being micromanaged.
Yeah, everything, yeah, I'm
okay?
monitored.
They
Yeah.
feel that, okay, now I cannot have my personal space. Everything is visible. There are privacy concerns.
Yes.
Okay, and what if there is a screenshot taken when
Yes,
something
yeah.
else that is inappropriate is on my screen? And these are fears that is always there. And I think the challenge is also to be able to work around these things. Taking the same example, like how are you going to make people feel more secure
Yes.
with the tech that we bring, which means we give them the control to decide what can be published, what cannot be published. At the end of it, I think whoever's embracing it, as long as that person who is impacted by that embracing of the tech is in control, I think there'll be more adoption.
I think it's more or less organic. And for example, there are technologies that has appeared, and for us it's magical. It's really good. It's fantastic. Like for example, the virtual reality when it first came, the potential was limitless. Until this moment, it's limitless. But until you do the right applications for this and have the right people embracing that this is a requirement. For example, in the VR technology right now is changing the whole service industry. In the service industry who are doing field service, I'm traveling to USA, to a remote desert site to be fixing one button. That's no more. That's not available right now. Right now, you can sit in your living room and fix that machine in the desert remotely right now using the VR, because the VR right now is totally connected to this machine. but it took some time to the right people embracing the right technology can help us changing the whole thing, the whole world. And that was a very powerful message. I was having a panel discussion yesterday regarding digital supply chain. And the examples that are taken in the digital supply chain for the change management, it was always remarkable when you put the right person in the resistance chain, in the top of the resistance chain. Sorry. When he's convinced, when he has the buy-in, he can, as a leader, he can lead his whole organization to be seeing the future, to be able to be believing what they're going to. So he eliminates totally any social resistance that's happening, and whatever that your manager is not liking, but it's in the company's favor. So we're going in the company's favor, not going to people's embracement. So we're talking about the future, our future, a future of a company that has that's dominating and leading by technology.
Yes, this is exactly a good point, because we're talking about the company and we're talking about the business. So if we compare again our past and the world, for example, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, when there was like predictability, when there were some kind of elements of stability, now we are living in a world which is super unstable. It's very hard to predict what will be happening in 2025 and in 2026, and the level of uncertainty is very high. And if we, if our business relies on people alone, this might be not the best approach. We have to use the technologies, if not the latest, but at least some of the latest technologies. And here comes some ethical concerns and some problems for big companies, for huge fish in the ocean, because they have the whole domains built on the outdated software, and they have to comply with standards which are also outdated. And they challenge at the same time the people who don't want to change, the people who ask for a change and say, hey, this is outdated, I want something new, for clients who wants to use new technologies, and they deal at the same time with the standards that are not supporting the evolution. So for example, the European Union limited AI technologies, or USA who were trying to also limit how the AI works. And this is not bad, this is good. It has to be controlled, otherwise it's a big danger. But how do we, as business people, as the people who run companies, and as the people who try to succeed in the market, because after all, business is about money and it's about revenue, it's about clients, it's about getting traction. How do we solve those challenges?
Yeah, I don't know, I see it slightly different. From one thing is, you're looking at technology being used so that it benefits the company. I've always seen it the reverse. I've seen when you build technology that will benefit the people, that will change people's lives, that will impact the way people live, that will impact efficiency. In return, it definitely empowers the company, it helps you. But I think anything that we build, as long as if you keep the focus as people-centric, it has to make people's lives better. It has to change our quality of life. It has to change the way we live. It takes us a long way. I know running a business is all about profits, money, and everything is there. But I think when you start making impact, money follows. It attracts people. You are more able to relate with people.
Sometimes I think so. I think that that you need the area that you're mentioning from the business perspective. Of course, I totally agree. But in your domain specifically, mainly Gerard is about the data management. It's about the data management, and in all its details, the compliance, the security, everything in between. For me, when I first heard about data management, being a business-oriented guy, being a HR consultant, CRM consultant, business software consultant, financials, my background is already financial, so I had to engage in, for me, it's data. Data in reported What do I need? I need to keep data just kept, and that's it. Maybe 15 years later, when a huge problem happened, okay, we need to manage this data correctly. this should be. Then I found out that there are stacks for managing this kind of data in such a way that, okay, that is big. So you're doing all this behind the scenes. We don't see this at all. Yes, and we've been doing that for 20-something years, managing your data, having a way your data is being entered in a different way, securing it in a different way, ways, even the data when it's recorded inside this kind of table or place, it's recorded in another way that you're recording. Okay, that's so that's changing people's lives. By the way, that's game changer for all the business people, because you feel that, okay, my financials is already there in the system. Anyone would hack it right now. He would see everything. No, if you're doing the right job, he's not going to see anything. He's not going to see anything. He's going to see X and Y's and Z's instead of 1 and 2 and 3. So it's a change. That's a game changer. And the people who will understand this are the people who had seen and lived troubles out of this kind of problems. So you would find the bigger company CIOs and CEOs, they would understand it 100% because they were the first one hacked. They were the first ones to be understanding what would happen, and the first ones to be embracing that. Not out of they have money. No. They need to change the infrastructure. They need to be adapting and disrupting their infrastructure to be using this kind of data. So you're doing an impact. It doesn't have to be a seen impact, direct eye-to-eye impact. No, it has this embracing changed the whole organization. So I'm just extending the whole thing with a live example of kind of things that
yes, and
you never knew it would happen.
It's a very good point, and you brought up that it's CEOs and CTOs who do that. And why do they do it? Because they are not looking into the past. They are looking into the future, and they try to visualize or try to understand what to expect from upcoming years and from upcoming challenges, from upcoming marketing solutions, from upcoming technology solutions. And for them, it's always a game where you have to understand if I will put my money, my budgets, or put my attention to fixing this security or the data or the analytics, or if I switch off to the new marketing technologies or to the new content generating technologies, or whatever their business is. And there is always a question of what to address. And I guess that the resistance in the technological space and in the space of evolution and change in any technology and any company comes also from the domain, from what exactly you're trying to change in your company or in the world. And I agree with your point that it's people-driven. Of course, it's very important. After all, business is money, but money comes from clients. And if you bring value to this world, the business grows. If you don't bring value, it doesn't. And as a business leader, you always have to think, now it's December 2024, so next year 2025, how will it impact the life of humanity, the life of my business, the life of the bank who holds my account, and so on. And answering those questions, you can come to a point if you have to embrace the technology or if you have to wait until the situation on the technological market will get more stable or the more appropriate solution will come on and you can use them.
Yeah, I think it's not about waiting to see if the product gets stable or how the technology matures there. The differentiator is like I was just sharing this with my team members. There was a time when people used to say the big fish will eat the small fish. Okay, but today we are living in an age, it is the fast fish that will eat the slow fish. Okay, the whole dynamics have changed. I don't see a reason why we should sit back and watch. Because even by doing that, you're already behind.
Not
Okay.
necessarily. I don't agree with this completely. I have statistics that around 98% of new AI startups fail. They don't wait. They develop the startups, especially 2 years ago when all the AI only started to appearing, and they were developing things like, okay, we will be watching your emails, or we will be generating pictures, or we will be writing something in a document for you. And then half a year later, Google or Microsoft, they introduces their copilots or Gemini, and all those startups are gone because they're useless. So sometimes sit and wait is best strategy other than go and implement something which is already, which might seem to be a good solution, but the market is too fast.
But Alex, I think
volatile.
Gerard meant the core technology. He didn't mean what you're building on the technology. What you meant, what you're meaning is the businesses around the technology itself. If you are not adapting or not embracing the artificial intelligence revolution that's happening inside all the applications, it's okay not to embrace it. It's okay not to believe that there is something out of it. But what's the result? You're going to be behind. You're going to be far behind. But if you are embracing the AI as a concept in general, how can we use it? Not in this, not in this, not in this, because the big fish are going to play in these domains. So I need to be fast in this during using this technology in another kind of. So just embracing the tech itself, it's a game changer for you as a company. What I mean is that, for example, if you're a company, you're not an entrepreneur. I'm talking a company adopting AI. Whenever you are late to introduce new customer experience to your customers. You're late to scale your data. You're late to be having conversational AI between your employees. You're late in 5, 6, 7, 8 ways. So the companies who are in the market are already leading by technology that you should have been embraced just 1 year back or 2 years back. I think that the embracement of the core technologies right now it's significantly, especially the ones that were not designed for humans, the things that were designed for robots and designed for the kind of that accepts 100 terabytes of data per second, and the things that we were not dreaming about in the early days. That we were, okay, 2 bytes, that's fantastic, because our mind understands the 2 bytes, does not understand the 100 gigabytes does not understand, but a robot understands it. He can process it. He can do it. He can do your better, much better than you. He can help you do your better. He's not going to replace you. At the end of the day, you're going to do the work, but he's going to help you who to target, who to market to, where's the opportunity. That's how. What's the margin of doing the business in that? How will you get the impact? How will you get delivery? Moving forward. So that I think the embrace of the core tech is the core thing.
Yeah. Also, sharing from my own experience over the last 2 years. Okay. Ever since OpenAI and ChatGPT came out, so we were one of the early adopters to that. Okay. We just picked it up. We created a tech on top of it, and especially in the area of analytics and report generation, SQL generation. These were areas we were focusing on. We did build something great there, but after all the investment that went into building something like that, OpenAI themselves came up with a feature to give you SQLs out of the box. Okay? So in other words, what I'm saying is, being an early adopter, sometimes you tend to lose out because we didn't wait to see the market evolve there. But did that stop me from doing that further? No. We kept innovating one space after another. We invested in the technology space. We looked at the security space, the data security as well. And we brought in AI there. So when I see the thing, there are times, yeah, being an early adopter, you may fail. But now we have this product called Kazel, which is state of art in the security space, which is a big success. So the moment you hit something like that, it just beats all the other failures.
You forget all the pain.
You forget all the pain because
yeah, this is what success looks like. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and this is really great. Congratulations on that, that you have achieved it. And I guess we can all applaud for the successful IT and AI product which brought your company through all these challenges and through all this competition. But getting back to the topic and addressing your statement is that getting closer to finding the answer to the question if we have to wait or if we have to resist to the technology or use it. We have to find a proper domain. We have to find a proper way to use the technology, not trying to change everything at once and not trying to solve all the problems altogether.
Totally agree.
And if you have in your business the big data management solutions where you have to tackle data and where you have to address the data, analyze the data, it's totally AI doable. But if you have in your business something which is client-driven and where you need to keep the communications to the client, and it's one of the success levels, we are not ready yet to give it all to AI. The biggest companies, their support system, they try to use AI to solve small tickets or to understand if the lead is valuable or not. But at the end of the day, the support is being solved by the humans and the sales are done by the people at the end of the day. And there are a lot of marketers and a lot of startups and companies who will tell you that right now AI is capable of doing like everything, starting from the analyzing your data and finishing with landing a sale to your bank account. But it's a gambling game. You have to very much spend a lot of time and efforts to adjust and to fine-tune, and still the result is not guaranteed. There are glitches even when you use OpenAI ChatGPT. And this being said, that the technology is definitely moving forward. The competition on the market is growing, and new companies, new startups, new solutions are coming, and they will be coming. Every month, every year, there will be more and more companies who embrace latest technologies, newer technologies. And we, in our business, in our established situation, and in the challenges we face, we have to use tailored solutions. We have to understand what exactly can we improve, not trying to ruin everything and rebuild, but fixing small amounts of data or small amounts of problems here and there, implementing latest solutions and software, I don't know, or applications maybe sometime, or maybe sometime AI agents, or even ChatGPT, or even educating our employees how to use the AI or any other latest technologies, and trying to tackle small steps one at a time. And this approach might help to get us over to the future. But of course, your example shows us that you can put all in and win. This is also a good example.
Yeah, that's how it looks when I look back over the last 2 years. It's been like, it's not that, it's always behind a success. It's not just, okay, you tried something and you win. But behind it, there are a lot of failures backing it. You might have made wrong choices, okay, but you would have made the right choices, but the technology moved much faster than that. But it's about not giving up, because if you go after your heart, you really believe that you can make that difference, at some point it works in your favor.
Would you have done it again?
Would I have done it?
Yeah, would you have done it again? Would you have followed the path again?
To be honest, I will do this again and again. That's me.
Yeah, that's the problem being in technology company. That, you know, you just try until you reach it.
No, even when you reach there, it is about, okay, what next? How can I use this? How can I make this better? What else can I build from here? I think we always think from that point. I think we need, and that's what innovation is all about at the end of it.
Yeah, I think so. So this is the reason why my company, we don't have a product. So we sell services. We develop tailored solution for business needs. So there is a business, they need this particular thing that has to work in this particular way. And no any solution of the market is tailored enough or suitable enough to do this job how it has to be done. And this is what brings me enjoyment and excitement when we get that solution goes live and people use those services, like real clients, real people. I think that it's about hundreds, thousands of people using my products every day. And it really brings a kind of a pleasure and a kind of a willingness to keep going and to keep developing new solutions which will also get to the market and that will grow.
Yeah, but while we do that, while we keep developing it, one thing that I think we need to be careful about is the whole sustainability part of it. Okay, a lot of tech that is evolving really robs our planet of our resources. I don't have the exact stats, but somewhere it says that if you ask 40 questions on ChatGPT, you rob the planet of one glass of water.
Yeah, because the technology is the same as the internet. It's as good as the person who is using it. It's not itself as good, but you must be very good to be getting very good results out of it. And right now in the critical cases, if you're designing, if you're doing something critical for the companies, in the big corporates, you're not allowed to use the ChatGPT. Yeah. Right now there is a ChatGPT-like systems being done inside the ERPs and inside the companies itself.
Absolutely, yeah,
not to be published.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so this is, that's exactly correctly. You don't need to be changing everything at once, and you need to be, oh, this kind of technology is good, but for me, how should I be utilizing it?
Yeah, by the way, it's what Amit was talking about, that you have to implement the RAG approach and to implement the solutions like you do, which are not facing the internet and only the internet, the network, and they use the data without getting to the internet.
Yeah, and again, just coming back to that earlier question where we were talking about sustainability part. Yes. So I would like to basically, since we are running out of time, one thing what I want to leave it as a takeaway at this point is that, you know, we can do everything with tech. Okay, we need to adapt to newer technologies. We need to go really fast and all that. But we need to question sometimes, for a simple answer, do we need a tech like ChatGPT? Okay, it's like saying what is 5 plus 5, and I lose my ability of calculating that, and I have to use a calculator for that. Those are the flip sides when you rely too much on the tech. But at the same time, remember that most of this tech comes with a lot of power consumption. You don't realize it because you just ask the question and you get it. But we need to be mindful of what this impacts the planet.
Yes, totally. And since we run out of time, let's finish this conversation with such an idea of sustainability that nowadays ChatGPT can solve mostly any and answer mostly any question. And for generations to come, I can easily imagine that my grandchildren, they will not be able to write. Maybe they will have the ChatGPT implemented into their brain. And one day there will be a massive blackout and power shortage, and they will be not able to start a fire. And that's how the humanity will go out of the planet. So do we need to embrace all the technology?
I think that's an ongoing debate. That's going to live. Thank you very much for having us today.
Thank you.
All of us. And thank you. It's a pleasure having you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you once again, Ahmed, Gerard, and Alexander. Please give them another round of applause as they have a photo at the front here. It is very interesting about technology revolution. Obviously, they were saying slow adaptations, finding a balance, education, perseverance, and growth. I know personally I love technology, but it doesn't always love me. Put it that way. So I try. Okay, moving on swiftly on. So when we think of tech trends, we often picture gadgets, apps, and data. But what if the next big trend is something deeply personal? Humanity. So in this fireside chat titled "The Next Big Tech Trend is Humanity," we explore a profound shift in the trajectory of innovation. As technology has raced ahead, it has often left humanity playing catch-up. But what if the future isn't about pushing machines further, but about bringing them closer to us, closer to what makes us human? So this session delves into the idea that the next frontier isn't about artificial intelligence outpacing us, but tech rediscovering empathy, ethics, and the essence of human life. So please welcome our speakers to the stage. We have Christian Kenzel. He is the CEO and founder of Amber Tech Solutions. Dr. Abir S. Al-Humamidi. He is the Vice Dean, founder, and CEO of King Saud University and Advanced Era. And Logan Formikola, the founder and CEO of Eagle Star Dynamics. Please give them a round of applause as they come up onto the stage.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for staying for this late hour in the day. I'm Abir Al-Humaymidi. I came from Saudi Arabia. I'm a Vice Dean and Faculty of Software Engineering at King Saud University, and also the founder and the CEO of Advanced Era. With 20 years of experience, I think it's time to move from the public sector to the private sector, and that's why I try to establish my company and start my own business with the government business, dealing with the academia and also the advising in public sector. This is about me. So, Kristen.
Hello to everyone. My name is Christian Kinzel. I'm from Austria, not Australia. We have no kangaroos there. So we have Mozart. Always the same joke. So a little bit of my history so that you know who I am. So I'm an engineer. So started over 20 years again as software developer. Last 10 years, 10 years ago, I founded Amber Tech Solutions. This year we go in a great race. We grow a lot. And yeah, my passion is to build software for people and for the people in the center of the software and not the software around the people. So that's my passion. Logan. Maybe a software download?
Sure. Hello, my name is Logan Formikola. I'm actually based over in Atlanta, in the United States. My company is Eagle Star Dynamics. It focuses more so on drafting services, scientific services, professional services, and expanding in those categories. So this could be renewable energy, aviation, propulsion. So it's more of like a think tank-based approach. I also have a lot of interest in other categories as well. I've had a lot of interest in coming up with innovative and impactful solutions and ideas since I was pretty much a teenager. I was building computers and, got into overclocking and things like that, and just kind of expanded into the company itself. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Logan. So now it's working. Thank you for fixing the mic. So first thing I want to talk is helping other companies to get in the tech business or to use technology for them. And for this, I have a sample. So we as Amber Tech Solutions, we are not a huge company, but we help smaller companies to grow and to deal with the technology from today. For example, every year we invest 3 days, stay on a booth for a small company in Austria, one person. She's 20 years older than me, or 25. And we sell for them on the booth on the Christmas market. So why we do that? Because these people don't have the knowledge to use technology in the right way. So we help them with their brand, to help them with their website. And for example, this year we enable them to pay with their phone so they can use credit cards. I'm very proud because with this move we can rise their earnings by 20% this year. So technology and humanity, it's very important to help other companies so they don't have the knowledge. So it's our responsibility from our side as young people, and I'm not that young, but young, to help them to grow. That's very important. And I think that's also, yeah, we're responsible for this. Yeah.
Yeah, I think yes, the technology can bring a lot for humanities. Rather than, like, for example, helping another companies, it's also helping people. Technology can be used and utilized to reach people. For example, the charity can reach people in need. For example, the United Nations, they developed an applications to try to reach to the people in need in different countries and to not overlook people. Also, they allowing people to register them as in need so they can give them the services. So I believe that the technology can help people who are trying to help to reach the people who is in need. So this is a crucial use for technology to improve the lives of the people, to improve how they work, not only how they work, also to reach them, because reaching the people in need, it's not easy, especially for the charities or the global charities like the United Nations, I mean. So I think this is a crucial need for the technology to improve the lives of the human. Do you agree?
Yeah, so expanding upon this and with integration, I think there's various devices that could be implemented. You think about AR, MR devices. I was actually just talking with a friend not too recently about AR devices for truckers. So there's small things like that where, real-time feedback could actually enhance urban sustainability, lifestyle, economics. There's various different approaches to all of this, but I think that this type of technological approach is helpful and innovative. So I think that expanding our horizons and being very open-minded and reaching for the ideas that seem like they're a little bit too advanced is actually the best approach, because that's what drives the most competition. That's what puts a company ahead of other companies and leaves everybody else in a position to catch up with that company. So that's sort of my approach with it as far as integration and application.
Thank you, that's very interesting. So it drives me to my second topic. So I spoke already for the older people in our society, but on the other hand, we also have the younger people in our society. And I have you see, I'm talking in stories. It's one of my favorite use cases. So my daughter, she's 12, so I have a story for this. And 2 weeks ago, we found camera, an old digital camera from my side. It's from 2007, 5 years before she was born. And we charged the battery and she put it on. And we have to set the date because everything gets rid of. The energy supply was too long empty. And she tried to tap on the screen and nothing happens. And Dad, why nothing happens? That's not a touch screen. And she, what? That's not a touch screen. It can't be, or? And then I showed her how to use the keys to set the date and the time. And that's interesting because this is only one generation ahead, so one generation after me. So the jump of technology is so high in such a short time that we have to think about how can we get more interaction between our generation, the next generation technology, and how to set one level for this. Because when I think that's only one generation, where will it end? Yeah? Same, my kids came to me and say, hey Dad, I learned more from TikTok in English than in school, and they go to a good school. So we also have the the recommendation to think about the school system and so on. So, and this is also everything matched together with technology. And I think when we go now in the age of AI, it's also, it speeds up very fast. So we have to decide, should we speed up or should we settle down and think about what are the next steps so that we can do the right steps in technology and also for humanity. That's very important. It's like you drive with a Ferrari in the inner city, but you have to think about how fast can you drive this cool new Ferrari. Yeah. That's, yeah.
Yeah, I second you really, Christian, because my son is 19, not only 12, and he considered me old. I consider myself as an expert in emerging technology, and he considered me old because I'm not using Siri. He thinks that anybody who not using the assistant in his phone, he's just an old, and he is not really good with the technology. So I think, yes, we should work in the gap between the two generations. I think the huge gap between generations become bigger and bigger. Even if there is no difference a lot between us and our kids, there's a huge culture gap between us. So I think your point is valid in that point.
Yeah, so when it comes to generational technology, we see significant changes. You know, in the past, it started with basically just Facebook, and then we saw Instagram, we saw various other apps come into the fruition. So when you look at this side of the spectrum, I think that just having an open mind and having an innovative approach to technologies that are coming out is always a good baseline approach. Of course, when it comes to kids, it's very different too, because the technologies are designed differently than they are for us. They're designed to be more user-friendly. They're designed to be a bit more interactive on some different levels versus standard levels that we're used to. So that type of application is always different. So it's important to bear that in mind, I think, as well.
Yes, so we heard about the split of the technology and the generations, and yes, I think so too. The split gets wider and wider by technology. So we have to merge them down, that the gap is not that big, because otherwise we are the old people and have no idea from technology, and the young people run away with the technology, but we have to control or to governance the technology in the future, because they miss the past of the technology. So every one of us know the old computers, I don't know, IBM 368 and like this, so we have a good base and we know where it came from. But this is a part our kids or the next generation is missing. And it's important for us to transport this knowledge to this generation, that they know where is the base of all of this. What do you think about?
Yeah, I think you are right. If I can give an example, like in Saudi Arabia, during the pandemic, because the majority of the people, they are under 30, so adapting the technology was faster. So I think, yes, the gap between the generation is very huge. However, I'm relying on the new generation in adapting and accelerating the digital transformation. However, we should be following them in like innovating new ideas and try to reaching them in their language and not enforcing them like to come to us with our beliefs and with our method. And I think we should be open for them so we can use the technology that they recommend and the innovation that they bring to the humanity from their side.
Yes, I see it absolutely as you. That's a good way. We should show them the way, but no regulations. So I think that's a good idea, because based on the technology, they have more and other ideas. So the mindset is growing, and they have a complete different view on things. Logan, what do you think about this?
I think that's important to be more open-minded and forward-thinking when it comes to integrations, like for kids. Still talking about, I think, right? So coming up with concepts that engage the mind, coming up with user functions that actually teach and produce a learning advantage is important, because that's what gives a cutting-edge approach. That's what gives more of a learning, I should say, more a learning advantage. I think that's really important to have as part of the platforms.
If you allow me to bring you to the use of technology in humanity, I mentioned it in the first time, and I would like us to elaborate on that if you are okay with that. So for example, not only the charity, I think the government, they can leverage and utilize the new technology to reach the people who underrepresented by in the society. For example, the people, unbanked people, the people without any official documentation. I think using the technology to reach to these people, it's very, very important. Like, for example, blockchain has been utilized in some countries to reach unbanked people. And because I don't know if you know that 47% of people in the developing country are unbanked. Which is really a scary percentage if you want the truth. We will not say that they cannot save their money. You may say that they don't have money. However, if we can talk about they would like to take loans, they would like to improve their lives, they deserve to have better services. It's not their fault that they have been born for a poor family or something like that. I think that the technology should be utilized to improve the life of a human. What do you think, Chris?
Yes, that's a good point. So blockchain is the first tool or technology in the web for being the truth of a source, so the source of a truth. So yes, we should use technologies like blockchain to bring services to people in humanity on an easy way. So I'm from Austria, I know how hard it is to open a bank account, how many signings you have to do for only one bank account. And for such people you have to do it on an easy and fast and smooth way, because they don't have the knowledge, and also sometimes it's not the knowledge, it's the technical depth. They can't to help them to reach a bank account or a loan or whatever. So make it easy, make it fast, so that people can get also the services like anyone else. And I think that's an absolutely must-have in the future, that people can go for such services. Yeah.
So what do you think?
Yeah, I think there's also other fields like biomedical devices and other categories that are important to expand upon as far as providing services to people. Oftentimes these types of devices are very private health-based and very difficult to get to in terms of actually improving someone's health. So I think that expanding the availability of such devices would be a very helpful approach, and that would be my take on it.
I think it's worth to mention that in the classification of technology, we had a classification of technology called the humanity application, which include the identity application, the health application, also the education application, anything who is related to the human lives and improving human lives. It's considered as in the category of a humanity. So one, I think, crucial used for a humanity is identification of the identification of humans representing, because I think one of your basic rights to be represented, to have the services reach you in which way, in which service, education, health, any service, either government or private sector, it should reach you. And I think the technology will help to have these services and bring it to the people in need for that services. I think you already worked in the humanity application part in your company.
Not in our company, but I was before in the, how's it called, education part of Austria, so I was responsible for programming a certain type of software for generating charts for the education. And yeah, absolutely. So I think there should be an easy way to go to your identity card on a technical way. So we have the same in Austria. It's really hard to get. It's called ID Austria to authenticate on all systems. And there should be a smooth and easy way for everyone. So that's also combined humanity and technology. It should be easy and not that hard. And yeah, also for education, I think it's a big boost if you can use it. We have seen it in the pandemic in Austria. So a normal Austria worker goes every day to their work, 5 days a week, maybe 6. On pandemic, nobody goes to work, and the productivity grows up. And also we made a big jump in technology, so the mindset for smoother applications, integrated with humanity, chats, collaborating systems and so on, did a huge step, and this was one of our boosts in Europe, and we should go forward with them. So not only connect Europe, so let's connect the world to such easy applications and systems and make them smooth for everyone.
What do you think, if you elaborate on that?
On which topic?
The humanity applications.
Humanity applications. With technology, I think it's important to realize that there's various categories. You have biomedical, you have sustainability, you have economic, you have renewable energy. So I think expanding the technological approach of these different categories, it helps to expand humanity's reach. It helps, and also space. Let's talk about space. I mean, that's something we don't think about very much because there's so many conflicts going on around the world. So hopefully at some point we have more focus on space technologies that are actually innovative and impactful in the sense of putting humanity's mind more so on space travel rather than just conflicts on this world. So I think that that's an important aspect to focus on. So that would be my take on it.
Yeah, if you allow me to give an example, if the audience would like to do, to have some examples, like for example in Saudi Arabia, you represented as a citizen if you have an official document. And we have a lot of people who crossing the border without illegal, considering Saudi as the Islamic heart or another thing, like for example as from the perspective of the economy or something like this. So we found that a sector in Saudi Arabia who it's not represented, and we cannot deliver any services for this sector because they cannot put their kids in the school, they cannot go to the hospitals, and the area that they were in, not that the good way to represent the areas where people can live. So what one charity did, without mentioning the names, that they asked these people, come to us, let us help you, let us try to make you legal inside Saudi Arabia. And how they do that? By using technology. So they promoted an application, and they said if you would like help and you are not legally present in Saudi Arabia, just send us a link and we will come to you. Send us a bin and we will come to you. And we will try to help you not only to be legally presented in Saudi Arabia, but also to have at least your kids to the school. Because in Saudi Arabia, even if you are stay in the country illegally, your kids can go to the school. So you cannot take this service from the kids, or this right from the kids, delivering this technology. And I found this example very touching because it reached a huge sector in Saudi Arabia, which is more than 3 million. Can you imagine the 3 million who just cross the border to Saudi Arabia and they cannot access the services? because they are not legally presented. However, using the technology, it has been decreased, and we could reach to these people, and we can deliver and fix their situation. This is the first thing, and give the rights, the basic rights for their kids to reach the health sector, the health services, educational services. If you would like to elaborate on that, Kristen Orlai?
Yes. So the idea for humanity that you use technology, I think it's also more fair than any other system, because so you can give for everyone the same services, and you don't have the problem that some people or some organizations get doubled the services and someone doesn't get any service. So we have a better overview how you use your resources from your government for the people. And I think that's a really big thing, because then everyone gets more. So, and then also the people can use it to grow and to become a citizen, or send kids to school, or use their healthcare system. So from my side, I think it's very important to have it's a chance for the government to have a big view how they serve the services to the people in the country. And yeah, I think it's a big thing. And up on this, everything is going faster. I have no idea how fast is government in other countries, but in Austria it's not that fast. So if you need anything, you have to wait a long time, because we have a lot of paperwork. So you need, it's like in Asterix. Don't know if you noticed the house who makes the people crazy. Yeah, you need 20 contracts for one thing. And yeah, so if your organization or your state or a country can work smoother with the data they have, so the whole government structure is lean, and therefore it goes faster and cheaper, and you can use this money to help the people in the country.
I think that there should be a more technological approach, like when you government-wise, when it comes to travel, for instance, there's so many pieces of paper you have to hold on to, right? When we've come to the point now where it should all be integrated through technology, the whole way through, like just slipstream that way. So I think that having more of a technological approach through all of these services would be more helpful. So it's just a completely digital experience rather than a hybrid approach of paperwork and technology. It can oftentimes lead to things getting lost or in such situations. So that would be my take on that. Just adding a bit more of a technological integration, full-on digital, and of course we're heading in that trajectory, so it's just a matter of time.
Thank you. I think this topic is touching all of us. So I would like really the audience to engage with us. What do you think? Let us exchange our views in that topic, if you would like. Anyone? Give us your views. How you think the technology can reach humanity? What do you think? Have you experienced anything in that way? No one. Cheer up. Like no one talking. Okay.
Thanks. Like now I feel technology is an integral part of humanity. Like I have in last 10 years, I have never visited bank. So it has eased out my life where I can spend more time with my family instead of standing in queue in bank or anywhere, like reservation. Air ticket booking, like we used to struggle for getting air tickets. I had to go to airport or agent. Now we are sitting at least I can do right now also my air ticket booking. So technology is most important thing, become most important thing in humanity. Like it helps in day-to-day life. Like if I have to take that, like what Madam expressed for kids admission, we used to stand in line. For taking that just a form, application form. Now I can fill, or anyone can fill online application form and get time slot where we have to go and present ourselves in school, don't have to stand. So it's I feel it is a positive as well as if I go in negative side, you know, that a lot of frauds are happening and losing money, a lot of guys, if they are not aware of how technology can be misused and impact human life. So that's from my side.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing. I think the first point we missed it in our conversation, wow, the technology will improve the life of the human. As you said, you have time now with your kids. This is a crucial important, even not with helping the people in need, it's helping ourselves. This is part of our humanity to help ourselves, using the technology to help ourselves. You would like to elaborate on that?
Yes, I think that's a great idea. And if you talk to us, I thought about the check-in on the airports. So today, every check-in is on the phone, in the app. And before, you have to go to the airport 3 hours before you left the plane dispatcher. And yeah, it saved a lot of time. But on the other hand, I think, and it's an example from my side, we talked about technology and humanity, how can help this, but there's also a little bit of dark side in it. So when I think about if the meeting session starts, we're at Corona, and you forget to make 5 minutes appointment that you can go to the toilet, you're banned for 8 hours on your PC. So this is also, we should keep an eye on it, not only to make things faster, so make it more humanable. So it's a little bit of a compromise of both words, and we don't should forget what is valuable for us and what not. And work-life balance is for me one of the best examples. So it's the same like me. Before pandemic, I go to work, drive with my car every day 1.5 hours. Now I can play with my kids 1.5 hours or cook together or something else. So I think that's also a great step in the right direction. What do you think about?
Topic again, please. I'm sorry. How technology improves our lives. So that's a really that's a big approach, I should say. So we come to cell phones, which basically the apps and how they continually evolve. So there's always new solutions, there's always new ideas and integrations for apps and how these connect to wearable devices. So like Bluetooth devices, that's a constant evolving factor, from smartwatches to wearables like earpieces, AR, VR. So that's a continually evolving field. I think that we'll begin to see more involvement in those areas, especially with devices that can detect different vitals. And I think that would be like for AR, for instance, having that actually displayed in a way that doesn't get in the way of anything else that you're doing. So we're beginning to see more development in these areas. So that would be my take on it.
So let us make it an interactive conversation. Can anyone share with us how the technology during the pandemic helped them improve their lives? How the pandemic, how the technology helped the people during the nature crisis, like the pandemic and COVID-19, and let them reach the services? Or if you have any incidents or like an example in your mind, how the technology during COVID-19 helped people in need. Anyone would like to share with us their experience during the COVID? Yes, please. Can we have the...
Hi, this is Praveen.
Hello.
So during a pandemic, before the pandemic, India has been, having the UPI setup everywhere, and many of the rural areas were having the UPI. So during the pandemic, you know that there is no touch, keep safe distance, and every time any of the shops, if you go, you will have to buy the things and then you have to use the money. So while using the cash, we were everywhere using a UPI, whether it's a grocery, vegetables, or any kind of a breads, any small thing for a single penny. there was a functionality of UPI which help us to have the contactless transactions, and it avoids the major crisis in India.
Actually, you are right. I think the technology, yes, improve our life, help us survive in the pandemic. You are absolutely right. What do you think, Chris?
Yes. As I mentioned before, the jump of the technology in the pandemic was like a rocket to the moon in Europe, and we should think about it for the future, so that when we go in a similar situation, and I hope we really don't do that again, how can we use technology to improve our lives in such situations? Where are we in emergency mode? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your input.
Yeah, so during the pandemic, we saw like a massive change, like Discord. People were using Discord to communicate with video and chat functions. So I think that that approach was a big change. We saw a big improvement, like in remote, meetings and things and such. So that was an expansion of technology and functionalities. So I think that, of course, it's important to have in-person meetings. It's important to have like a human connection. But at the same time, there is also an advantage to the expansion of technological approaches and how those can be integrated in a way that benefits both, let's say, business and friendship type roles. So.
I think one also crucial point that technology during the pandemic help us reach with other family. So, like for example, keeping the human connection, the technology help us in the pandemic to reach that. I think we are out of the time. Thank you very much. I really would like to thank the people who engage with us in the conversation. Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Rula, for sharing the stage with us. Thank you very much. And if you would have like a final word to say.
Yes, thank you. It was a pleasure to me with you two guys on the podium. Thank you very much for the audience, also for the interaction. Yes, and we are here for questions, so the next 2 days. So don't be shy. I am not shy, so come over to me.
So thank you so much. I really appreciate everyone's time. This has been a very interesting topic and a very interesting conversation. Thank you.
So much. Please step forward for a photo all together. That was a really interesting topic, and you definitely learnt your lesson with the toilet stops, hey? Definitely counted some time in for those. That was amazing. And you're right, human interaction is great, and it was amplified in COVID with the use of technology, being able to make Zoom calls, call loved ones that you can't necessarily pop round and see was really, really important. So that's really good to hear. And that's amazing to hear about Saudi as well and the education for children. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to the next session. What's the horizon for marketing? From AI-driven campaigns and immersive experiences to sustainability-focused strategies. Our next panel discussion will be on the subject, marketing trends that will be standard practice by 2025. Our panelists will take us into the future, highlighting trends that are set to become standard practices. Whether you're a brand strategist or a creative leader, this session will help you stay ahead of the game. And please welcome our moderator and our panelists to the stage. Please give a big round of applause for Ronak Sheth, Dr. Abir S. Al-Hamamidi. Again, good to have you back. And Pavan Kumar. Please give them a big round of applause.
introduce myself, so you'll skip me. So we start with you. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ronak, and I'm the CMO for 361, which is the largest wealth and asset management company in India. We manage close to $65 billion under AUM.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pawan Kumar. I represent a company called Right Path Transformation. We are a business consulting firm who specialize in mentoring CXOs on business strategy. My specialty is go-to-market strategy for mid-sized companies, startups, and certain large organizations. We specialize in transformation, especially in the space of marketing.
I think, as you know, that the new trends, not only the technology, even strategy, how the people think, they not only reshaping how the customer behave, but also they shifting how we can reach or connect to our audience. So emerging technology, it's impressive technologies, or like AI, or even the extended reality with the physical reality, it's changing how we do the marketing. So I will elaborate in this topic, however, when I heard your reviews in that way or in other things.
No, sure, absolutely. I think technology and human interaction is evolving on a daily basis, right? And consumer behavior is evolving faster than ever in these times, right? Which is essentially forcing marketeers like us to kind of constantly keep a tab on these changing environments, on these changing behaviors, and in turn kind of change our approach to how are we kind of navigating our daily lives, right? I think that's very important. To this, what we've seen largely, especially post-COVID, at least what I've seen in my business, is from a absolute tech-enabled world during COVID of 2.5, 3 years, clients and people are craving for human interaction, conferences, seminars, where they are able to meet, connect, shake hands, people, right? And that's becoming the norm as we kind of move forward. People are not, we are seeing huge drop downs or reductions in people attending webinars, right? And we are seeing a huge growth in how people are attending in-person conferences like these, right? So for example, here is a live example. Pawan and I both have traveled from India to be part of this conference, right? That itself shows the need to stay connected and to shake hands, right? What we are also looking at, changes in the generations that we're looking at and how each generation reacts to on-ground marketing campaigns, right? For example, a baby boomer looks at it very differently from a millennial to a Gen Z to a Gen Alpha, and I think that's something that us marketeers are required to constantly adapt, right? And not just adapt it with authenticity, right? Which is the larger challenge today. How can I talk to a millennial or a baby boomer and talk to a Gen Alpha with authenticity? I mean, I have to be God to be able to do that, honestly speaking, right? And that essentially means that we have to constantly build our teams and our networks in a manner, right? Look at agencies, look at partners who can bring in those nuances to the table, right? And yet ensure that the core brand messaging does not get diluted, right? Because then the moment that gets diluted, people look through that. And in that, in our ability to strive to achieve that, we lose out on authenticity with one of the groups, right? So it's a constant struggle and evolution for marketers to kind of build this out. Pawan, your thoughts?
I'll add to what Ronak is trying to say. One of the key things when we are working with, especially with startups now, and in the evolving consumer space, is the need, when we say understanding customer, more and more, it is going towards hyper-personalization. One of the key trends that is going to evolve probably 6 months from now. Of course, we have heard a lot about how AI is helping it. It is going to play a big role in that. But to give you a simple example, look at what Netflix is doing. You know, when you actually, or what Spotify is doing. You know, when you have curated playlists, your entire movies or web series are today curated basing your viewing pattern. If you look at the cosmetic space, what a Sephora is doing, or what even an Airbnb is doing, you know, when you actually choose something, essentially the next time you go to that, it gets personalized. So when Ronak was talking about how we need to look at each of the generations, one key aspect that ties a common thread is the fact that how much we are able to connect to the core customer at a genuine level. And going forward, whether it is through AI or whether it is through research or through any other mode of communication, the expectation would be that how much are you able to understand me and how much are you able to customize yourself to drive my need or something that I may not know today, but I might not, but I may want tomorrow.
I think this is a very important point. Yeah, if you allow me, I would like a little bit to elaborate in the emerging technology and using it in the market, because this is my expertise when it comes from the emerging technology part. So one of the projects that we were engaged, and I think it will be familiar for most of you, that it's really one of the key thing in marketing is try to tailor the ads that comes to the person based on their history in shopping and all these things. So when we start this project and tailored the ads that come in the software according to the categories that the customer mostly spend time in that, we found that the sale raised by 20%, which is really a very good percentage when it comes to the sale. So because of utilizing the technology in the marketing by tailored the ads to the needs of the customer, as my colleagues say. So it gives a huge push or a huge useful in this huge raise in the sales. Another project we work in the marketing not only tailored the ads, but also tailored the interface of the application based on the age of the people who is coming to the product. So personalizing the product based on the gender or based on the age, and also based in the geographic area that you are coming from, it's very crucial in the nowadays strategy. So the usual marketing clips that was in the old in the beginning of the 2000, it's not working now, and there is a new strategies coming from a new technologies. Do you think that it's a valid point?
Yeah, absolutely. I think newer technologies are kind of taking in, right? Especially with the younger generation, right? And I think you very fairly pointed out in your earlier panel discussion, right? If you don't have a specific app on your phone, your children think that you are old, right? They think that you're not worthy of conversation, right? And I think that's true across the globe, irrespective of where you come from and where you headed, right? And I think to your point and to Pawan's point earlier, I think we've seen a great trend, right, in the past. From personalization, we've moved to hyper-personalization, right? And we're talking about showcasing specific ads, specific campaigns based on the consumer's data footprint, digital footprint, right? I think the future, and I see it very clearly and closely, right, with the amount of data that is being captured for every consumer by the brands, I think two things are happening. One, the consumer is expecting now for the brands to give them that hyper-personalization experience because they know that you're collecting that data, right? And I think that is very critical. More importantly, from hyper-personalization, I think we are moving towards predictive behaviors, right? As a consumer, today you're showing me or you're giving me what I am consuming basis my digital footprint. Can you in the future, and I'm already seeing trends which are moving in that direction, the consumer is now expecting to say, okay, show me what I don't know, but what I will need, right? Which is more from saying, can I as a brand predict what you as a consumer may need in the future and show that to you, and it's a classic Henry Ford evolution or innovation, right? Because when Henry Ford was asked, saying, why have you made the Model T Ford car? He said, if I had asked the consumers what they wanted, they would have probably asked, they wanted faster horses and not a car, right? And that's exactly what we're looking at today in a different form, maybe in a different fashion. But that's, I think, what is being expected, and that is a trend that we are already seeing coming in.
Yeah, and one aspect when he's talking about the digital footprint is how the data is going to be used from a hyper-personalization to what most of the marketeers are looking at as community marketing. We've already started seeing WhatsApp Business, how it is being used. We will increasingly see such communities coming on basis the kind of data that comes in. So, for example, Starbucks has its own Facebook community on which people participate in terms of right from kind of coffee that they want to the more importantly in terms of the lifestyle engagement that they have. In the automobile sector, almost all the premium cars, whether it is Mercedes or BMW, all of them have their own micro communities. We've seen in India, most of the biker communities being there. Most of these micro communities will be essentially focusing, and most of the brands will be focusing on these micro communities in terms of their own brand engagement per se. We have seen already them being also used for focus group studies. In fact, one of the clients that we have here is a cosmetic brand, and we are trying to launch an organic cosmetic brand. And when we were trying to understand whether we should do a focus group or whether we have to do research, my daughter, who just she's a 17-year-old, she just came and she very casually told me that, why are you going towards all these focus groups somewhere and searching for them in all the spaces? Just go to an FB and and then just type in terms of any brand that you like, and you see the number of communities and the social commentary that happens on that, and you need to be a part of that. I mean, a 17-year-old is telling me how to do my own focus group study, and I heard her out, and I realized that is a generation that we need to look at. So the emerging trend there is to look at that, use data very, very cleverly and intelligently. Most of them, if you were to look at it, is commonsensical. We just need to look at it that way.
I think it's very nice, really, strategy for marketing. I will go back to emerging technology, if you allow me, like another kind of technology that's really interesting in marketing is the impressive technology like virtual reality, extended reality, augmented reality. And I will give you one example that this technology has been utilized to advertise for Saudi Arabia, our country. So in the Ministry of Culture in Saudi Arabia, they try to put like corners in different countries using virtual reality to give the people the sense of Saudi Arabia. So just to show that we are more than an area full of sands. So we are not radical people who are not welcoming anyone. We are a very open country. We welcome anyone to come. And they try to give, using the virtual reality, the sense of Saudi Arabia, that we are a country with a full history, with the long history, and we are very open-minded people, and we are welcoming anyone to the country. And it's changed a lot of people who came to our corners in different countries. And a lot of people, they came to the Saudi Arabia, and they still coming, and we are welcoming even you to come to Saudi Arabia. And I wished if I bring this corner here, but Dubai is not far away, so you can jump to Saudi Arabia. So I think utilizing technology, it's a major thing in the strategy of marketing. So using virtual reality or extended reality or mixed reality, it's one of the strongest things or trends in the marketing. Do you agree, Michael?
I do. In fact, I'll add to that. We have seen a lot of real estate businesses using VR in terms of how you even purchase a house and how you actually look at the entire community around the house, and even in terms of customization of cars, especially the luxury cars. You know, so it's a very, very valid point in terms of the trend.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, a lot of e-commerce companies deploy virtual realities, right? So if you want to, say, buy a dress or a pair of shades, you can actually go into their viewing room, right, where they will make, they'll put that article on you and show you how you look like. I've also seen it with art. I've been looking at art, and literally I can scan my room, and it will place the art in my room to show me how it will look like, right? Furniture, for example, same, right? So a lot of these platforms are constantly kind of building these virtual realities, right? And I think it's becoming a standard now to kind of give these experiences to consumers.
I think not only the technology, that using a kind of technology to marketing, it's even using the technology itself in marketing. For example, you said that my product utilized this technology, so it's a secure technology, it's a secure application. I'm using this one. So using the technology in the marketing, I think one of the things that it's worth to be discussed.
Agree. In fact, one of the key marketing aspects or what we talk to the clients is also in terms of the kind of tools that we use. Now, it's a very touchy subject in terms of how we are using AI in marketing, for example, to create text-based videos or text-based music. A simple prompt can do. There are so many tools that are there. It's very nice to tell to the client, but not so nice to tell to the teams under the client, because there is a level of insecurity when AI comes into marketing. Most of the agencies, the digital marketing agencies, the creative agencies, essentially also perceive it as a threat. But to add to what ma'am is saying, I think the tools, if they are used in a manner which essentially amplifies the creative thinking, which also increases the productivity, and more importantly, what every CEO or a founder or an investor looks for is optimization of costs. It's a great selling point across at all levels, and if we are able to strike the right balance, it's a great way to market the whole aspect of how we can leverage marketing on an overall basis.
Oh, absolutely, but I think I have a slightly contrarian view there, right? In fact, yes, AI is taking a lot of ground these days, right? But I think what is happening, and I think we covered beautifully again in Dr. Abir's previous session, right, where we are talking about humanizing, right? I think humanizing or being authentic, which I kind of started with, is taking the forefront. In fact, I was talking to someone in the lunch break. We have enough AI tools these days to either write your briefs, give out social media plans, even create videos. As many as we have these platforms which are generating these ideas, we also now have platforms which are identifying which is an AI-generated content and stopping it, right? So it's kind of an oxymoronish state that we are in today, right? And I think in all of this, humanizing or creating authentic interactions, I think is kind of taking shape, right? In fact, I'm writing an article, but we're looking at artificial intelligence versus human intelligence, right? And the emotions that a humans can build to kind of connect with another human can, in my opinion, not be replaced by AIs, because AI at the end of the day is an input-output mechanism. Depending on the prompt that you give, you will get an output, right? And then thus, this kind of also brings into perspective, I think, a very large change that is coming about, which is of looking at it more from an attention economy perspective, right? The amount of engagement that each one of us has through tech, through platforms that we have either on our mobile phones, our laptops, our the connected world that we are in, right? The attention economy is becoming the most powerful space for marketeers to kind of find their space, right? In fact, I was just reading a study some days ago. For a Gen Z, the attention economy value of a lifetime is close to $2.1 million, right? For baby boomers, it's slightly less. For Gen Alpha, it's much more, right? And the whole trend is now moving towards saying, okay, with all the distraction and the noise that is around, which every brand is adopting, how does a brand look at capturing attention in a meaningful, humanized way? I don't know, Dr. Veer, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I can second you in using AI. It's a huge advance in the marketing. For example, the AI, you can use AI to explore the internet to find the new ideas and build product. However, you can use the same tool to target the same people who was complaining about these things. So you use AI to have these people in mind from the beginning, so you can target them when you do the product. It's not only targeting the people with marketing, but also try to investigate what kind of application the people they need. Then it's easy to market this product, the new product, to these particular people.
I agree. I'll still come back to my friend on the humanizing part. You are absolutely right in the aspect that at the end of the day, it is up to us. There's a lot of things that are spoken about AI and its advantages and disadvantages. And my take on that is that essentially it's a leverage at the end of the day. Of course, there is AGI that has already been spoken about. The artificial general intelligence, which was a huge controversial thing in terms of how, ChatGPT is going to evolve eventually. But the
By
point...
the way, ChatGPT, they bring a very good strategy for marketing. Did you try it?
we tried it so much that we don't want to try it anymore.
Yeah.
There is something called as, there's a term called as synthetic generation, which basically means that when you write a prompt and it generates a response, and he writes a prompt and you write a prompt, and eventually, on an overall basis, there's a lot of information that is generated. ChatGPT or all the chatbots, whether it's Claude or Gemini or all of them, they essentially, culminate the data, and the next time somebody else gives the same prompt or similar prompt, the data gets, it gets corrupted over a period of time. It's like, you take an item to cook and you put it in the microwave. The first time it heats up, right, from the outside. And when you try to heat it the third time or the fourth time, the food is no more it loses all its flavor and it comes out in its own.
New ideas, yes?
Yes.
I absolutely
So for us, the important aspect is to understand the difference between how it helps us. It's all about leveraging it, if I can put it that way. And I conceptually agree with him. Just one point to add is, again, sticking to the humanizing part of it, I'll give an example of what we call as gut marketing. So the best of the marketeers, if you sit down and in our forums of CMOs or even the CEOs, when we have we call it as the fireside chat, but when we have the corridor chat, and when all this data is looked at and all the analytics happens and finally everything happens, finally in that board meeting or in that corridor chat, we call it as gut marketing because he finally takes a call basis on what he sees.
Yes,
But the
yes.
call is with that person, essentially how he wants to launch the product, how he's convinced on the campaign, or how he sees the response on the data. So my belief is I mean, I might be contradicting myself, but I agree with him on that one point, is that ultimately whatever AI throws up, essentially we will take the final call in terms of how the entire, right from the creative strategy to the execution is going to happen. And I like to believe that is where it is going to be.
Actually, yes, I agree with you on that point. Yeah.
There is a, sorry, I'm continuing a little bit, but when you see Pixar movies, whether it's Finding Nemo or Inside Out, all the ones, so in terms of the loyalty base, okay, it is not the loyalty programs of the airlines or, you know, or any of the brands, Apple, you know, for that matter. It's the Pixar commands the highest loyalty base in the world, you know, in terms of the movies because it connects at all emotional levels of, you know, this thing. So when I'm talking about gut marketing, you know, I think it's the creative team that finally, or the strategy team that finally takes. All the data in the world can throw up everything, but ultimately in terms of the brand or in terms of engagement, they command the highest.
I think you raise a very valuable point about the indirect marketing. I think it started the last decade. However, the future will still for the indirect marketing. So people, when you target them with the product, they will not accept it as if you just give them the hint that this product is good. Do you think that's...
Yes, absolutely. I think, and I think that's why we are all kind of looking at a lot of thought leadership content, right? Where we are not selling products, right? But we are selling solutions to problems that customers may have, right? And then essentially that kind of leads into a buy-in, which then leads to product sales, right? And and for service companies like us, right, where we don't have tangible products because we are a wealth management company, so we thrive or we survive primarily on advice, right? It's about how Pawan said, right, and Pixar example. It's the ecosystem, how we engage with them, right? So for us, it's while I work with my client who's paying me the money, but we engage with their entire family, their entire ecosystem, right? And use knowledge as a medium to engage or information as a medium to engage as opposed to product sales and product knowledge, right? Which essentially allows us to build inroads. And for wealth management company and for entrepreneurship in general, we are seeing a huge wealth transfer happening from the older generation to the newer generation, right? And therein lies any brand's ability to engage with the younger generation far more.
I think we come to the end of the discussion. If there is any quick questions that my colleague can take it. Yes, please.
Hi. Hi. I just wanted to know what's your take on customer data platforms and how they feed into you know, marketing trends, and is there a large adoption, or is just the big guys who use it?
Sure. I'd like to just elaborate. When you say data platforms, are you talking in terms of what is data collection per se, or are you talking in terms of analytics, or are you talking in terms of the CRM platforms? Anything in particular that you're...
No, it's the whole thing.
The whole thing.
So today, companies like Adobe, they provide, you know, it's not just about digital experience platforms. It's gone on to give, they've gone on to give you digital, experience marketing platforms,
yes,
right? And that's right from the ETL side of things to, you know, to get you a complete 360-degree view of a customer,
right,
okay? okay? But how much is the adoption? We want to hear it from you because you all are on the front line, okay? I don't know if Adobe sells to you,
Yes.
but I want to know what is the adoption in the industry when it comes to customer data platforms?
Very, very relevant question, I have to say. And coincidentally, I worked with Adobe in multiple organizations. Adoption is a challenge. That is a fact. And it has been there for, what should I say, from an understanding standpoint earlier. But to a large extent, now it is about the objective of the adoption. Broadly, there are three aspects of platforms like these. One is in terms of engagement primarily. How am I using these platforms for engagement? The second aspect, which is, I would say, the most pertinent point is in terms of business revenue, to put it very simply, okay? And the third aspect is in terms of retention, okay? Whether it is on a B2B or D2C space. So to a large extent today, you know, from an engagement standpoint till even now, the world is still learning, okay? The first thing that any CEO or a CXO or a founder would obviously go because of the natural element of, I would say, requirement is towards business development. They would want these platforms to first focus on having a KPI or a KRA in terms of, the moment I purchase these platforms, the first question I'll ask when I'm putting that money is that, what is it going to give me? Okay, that's a natural question to ask. In fact, CMOs like us, we struggle to answer that question because there is a investment period, right, on that particular thing. But it's a fair question to ask, okay? So, more than the question of adoption, it becomes a question of usage. And usage is driven by clear metrics of how much is the usage helping me, okay? I think your question is very well intended in terms of the overall level. Okay, how can I use it for engagement? How can I use it to ensure there is more loyalty that I can build from customers? How can I use reselling through these platforms? How can I do service through these platforms? How can I do upselling through these platforms? How can I create content from these platforms over a period of time? Okay, so there are all these aspects of this. And it is a challenge depending upon the industry it is in. In B2B, essentially, most of the founders or the CXOs question these platforms, saying that on an institutional scale, why should I even have it? You know, but the reality is that ultimately, you look at it any which way, okay, it is the engagement and the data-driven engagement which leads to revenue. My answer would be adoption is today linked to business, but on a matured business basis, it will only come from, you know, ensuring that we put our effort into it for engagement first, which leads into revenue. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, very much. Thank you.
I think you still want.
No, it's okay. So I think largely aligned with Pawan in terms of large adoption, but I look at it very differently, right? I look at data stages in about three stacks, right? So one is data collection, then is data analytics, right? And then there is insights, right? And I look at adoption in these three stages, right? At data collection, the adoption is super high, right? Brands are willing to take any data, any crap that anybody is willing to give or leave with you, right? It doesn't matter. We don't even have a use case. Saying if they're giving, take it. Simple funda, right? I think, and thus the collection is adoption and collection is very high, both in terms of data platforms or data tech stacks, as well as information flow, right? As we move to data analytics, right, the adoption reduces, right? Because we've collected the data, right? But we are using primitive models to analyze that data. We have not invested enough money or tech to ensure that whatever data we are collecting is analyzed well, right? And I think therein lies a problem. Also because of a lot of garbage data coming in, your analytics also kind of gets screwed, right? Because analysis is based on clean data, right? And we don't have clean data. In fact, we are even today as the biggest consumer of data in my organization as a marketeer, I struggle to even get the first name, middle name, and last name correct, right? Which is hygiene in my mind, right? But we struggle, right? Because when the customer is giving the data, he's giving it on a piece of paper or through tech, right? But the person who is editing and inputting in the system is somebody from my back office who doesn't understand that. Right? Then coming to insights is even lower, in fact, minuscule, right? Because insights is a combination of collection and analytics. And insight is a human intervention. By looking at data, it is me who has to build those insights, from those insights I will take to my execution stage of outreach, right, in the future, saying, is Facebook working for me or is Instagram working for me? If Instagram working, what is the audience set which is engaging with me on Instagram versus LinkedIn, right? Which platforms are doing well? What kind of content is doing well, right? For the same campaign, I have two different styles of creatives, which creative is doing well, A/B testing. So things like these, which are all an outcome of the insight that I'm drawing from the data that I've collected. So my take is this, right? Data collection is very high, analytics is low, and insight drawing is even lower because of garbage in, garbage out.
Yes, please.
I could see there was a lot of conversation around AI personalization content and how integration of different platforms would be critical going forward. You know, how do we make it virtually accessible for people to even try our clothes without going to the store? There are a couple of other aspects as well, and I wanted to take your opinion on that. Sustainability, the eco-friendly aspect, which is a growing topic. Ronak, you just spoke about data collection, whether that currently happens. I'm from market research, so that's my bread and butter. But what I want to bring, of course, there's a lot of data that's there, but essentially one of the studies that we do globally, which is to real consumers and just like us sitting out here, we see this is a trend which is picking up. And a lot of it is also to do with whether there's government intervention or not, right? We have COPs, summits happening across different cities as well, which is driving the narrative around sustainability, and then marketeers then deploying products which have sustainable packaging, eco-friendly packaging, and then consumers adopting to that as well. That's something that's happening a lot in Western countries. It's slowly picking up in the other parts of the world. What's your take on that? That's one trend that I feel is going to be quite important. And the second one is around data privacy. While we are talking about everything becoming accessible with the use of technology, at the same time, the elimination of the cookie settings, which the marketers won't be able to access or the digital platforms won't be able to access, how that is going to influence, just your take on that. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent points. In fact, I had written them here, but it just did not come, the context did not come up. Very, very valid trends, two trends, both of that you mentioned. I'll first talk about the second one. Data privacy is paramount. I mean, everybody knows that in terms of the kind of data usage that is happening. In fact, when he was talking about Adobe or, there's a lot of platforms like Oracle or IBM, which traditionally have been using it. I was really surprised when there was a certain stage earlier when they would come and they would say, in our organization wherein we have adopted their platforms, and they would come and say, I mean, I'm talking about 5 years back or 4 years back, when they would come and say, you know what, we are running your entire enterprise systems through you, and we have your data. And it might be, like you said, garbage, but we can add flesh to that data. And the CTO of our organization would totally, go berserk, saying that, are you using our data? And how are you able to flesh up that data? I mean, there are cases wherein we just have the name and the telephone number. And the privacy issues that are governing, of course, large organizations at a multinational level do have very, very strict norms. But coming to the point of how it is getting used and the trend towards how it is going to evolve is a very clever integration of how the algorithm is going to work now. algorithms that are using social media platforms very cleverly without having a conflict of data privacy. Now, even this is controversial because many countries have either they have an issue. And China has virtually, ring-fenced everything in terms of privacy, and so are many other many other countries. But what is happening very rapidly is that data as a currency is being used extensively internally. Privacy and data usage is rapidly going to be complemented in terms of how my social media platforms are going to evolve. So if I have my name and my surname in Meta, for example, Meta doesn't share any data, Amazon doesn't share any data, none of these people share any data. But like I was talking about the micro communities, wherein there is a thread that, like you said, cookies are no more there, but there is a thread, the digital footprint, wherein I can use the algorithm to find out and freshen it up. That is what Adobe told to us, that's what Oracle told to us. A lot of enterprise solutions, even at a micro level, which are using the so-called AI data, are talking about it. The honest answer is it's a evolving trend. Do we have an answer? No. Is there regulation that is going to be there much more stringent? Yes. But like everything else that finds its own answer, there will be, a time when it will take over in terms of how social will evolve over a period of time. That is the current understanding. The second point is in terms of ESG. ESG is going to, sustainability is a huge factor of, from a marketing standpoint, it's a great brand building exercise. At a brand level, I think Apple used it the best when they introduced iPhone a year back, and they said that, our phones reduce the carbon footprint. There are many B2B organizations that we are working with, which says somebody who is in manufacturing are actually asking us to build campaigns saying that, look, to transport our materials, the kind of trucks that we use and the kind of carbon footprint of carbon that they emanate, we are going to plant equal number of trees, to balance out. So from a ground level campaigns to, to brands that are using it effectively, sustainability is going to be the factor that will drive brands and marketing on a large scale level. And I would only say my last point on that is that even engagement in terms of using most of the brand, Carrefour here, for example, they're talking about reusable shopping bags. So there are micro level initiatives to macro level initiatives that are going to drive. It's definitely a trend that will make a difference in terms of building your brand.
No, absolutely. I think inherently we marketers are smart, right? So if people will remove cookies, we will introduce biscottis. People will remove biscottis, we'll go for coffee, right? So somebody will say coffees are not allowed. We'll figure out a way to kind of get that data, right? Again, whether it's active or passive is the question, right? Earlier we were actively tracking your footprint, etc., right, where you're coming from, etc. These days we force you to leave your information with us because every thought leadership that we put, we'll put it behind a paywall, right? A paywall is nothing but essentially either you pay up or you leave your information, which is good enough for us. Right now, when you're voluntarily leaving information to me, right, then my responsibility from a GDPR or a DPDP Act for India or GDPR globally is compliance. Right, because I have to basically just submit to regulators or authorities how I'm storing your data, how am I using your data, right? And for 1 year, there are no questions asked, right? Again, after a year, I'll come up with another publication, report, etc., which will entice you. You will leave your information with us, right? So essentially, it's about us tracking you versus now you leaving your information willingly to us, right? And we find a way around it, right? That's why I said, right, we'll figure out, right? That's our job. Marketeers are perennial survivors, right? CEOs may come and go, companies may live and die, but marketeers essentially kind of figure out and then survive long term. On sustainability, I think we are at a very, very early stage of implementation. We are talking a lot right, which is a great thing, right? You're doing less, but I think the intention of largely people and brands is there, right? So I think it'll pick up pace. We are taking already a lot of baby steps to kind of build that out there, right? For example, events. You know, earlier these backdrops used to be all flex, right? A lot of companies have moved from sustainable point of view to kind of saying, okay, we'll not do that, or we'll figure out more environmental friendly materials, etc., to do that, right? To even on marketing and campaign side, like Pawan said, right? So we've evolved there, right? We are kind of countering our consumption of carbon emit to by countering it with planting more trees, etc., doing or kind of covering it through the larger ESG mandate that every company is following these days, right? So I think we are in the right direction as brands, as a world, and I see definitive steps being taken to kind of move and kind of bring about a genuine change in our environment.
On a lighter note, as marketeers, the first question that is asked to us whenever we come with a strategy or a campaign is that first help us sustain the business. Then we'll talk about other forms of sustainability. Thank you.
Okay, am I audible like this? Yes, okay. So hi, my name is I'm a student. And I'm also a part of the family business where we manufacture textiles and garments for customers in India. So with regards to sustainability and marketing, I wanted to understand what your views are on ethics as marketers, especially when it comes to terms like greenwashing, marketing campaigns, to favor business goals and to manipulate customers. So I'll take an example. Let's say there are multiple papers which say that the total life cycle of EVs or e-vehicles is actually worse than the total life cycle of, let's say, a diesel or a petrol-powered car. But irrespective, EVs are portrayed by marketers to be more sustainable and better for the environment, even though technically they're not. Now, that obviously, as a marketer's again, increasing sales is a marketer's job. So they would tweak the facts portrayed in a different way to sell the product. But what's the role of ethics in marketing, as per you?
So, okay, so very quick, I think. I think, like I said earlier, right, it's all about authenticity these days. And you asking the question, right, and the generation that you belong to essentially proves my point that you see through these marketing activities and tactics, right? Because you've just said that, marketers are kind of portraying EVs as green, where they are even worse than petrol and diesel cars, right? And you've seen through that, right? Any trend which kind of takes over in this manner will obviously, have its high, but it'll die out very fast, right? And that's where essentially ethics play a large role, right? And whatever I've come across, a lot of CMOs that I've interacted with, I don't see unethical practices in that manner, right? At the end of the day, look, like Pawan said, right, in a joking manner, at the end of the day, sustainability is also about sustaining our business, right, at the end of the day. So that is a conundrum that a marketer essentially goes through regularly, right? Where he or she draws a line is a critical area, and I think it's something that the marketer will have to answer to their own conscience than anything else, right? There are enough malpractices happening, right? Not forget marketeers, even governments do it, right? It's a call that then eventually those people will have to take, or people will look through it, right? So I think there is that balance that will have to be built in.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Thank you so much for coming back so prominently, and hope you had a nice little break. Did anyone try the cake outside? It's really good. I've got such a sweet tooth. It's naughty when these conferences happen, end up having too much sugar. Anyway, moving swiftly on. It's time to honor the change makers who are setting new standards in innovation and leadership. This recognition session celebrates individuals and organizations who are shaping industries, inspiring others, and driving impactful change. These honorees remind me that every day breakthrough starts with a bold idea and relentless commitment to making it happen. So please give a big warm welcome to Gary Young as he joins me on stage. Gary is the CEO of Avella Global and GoDome, and he'll be giving out the awards this evening. So moving on to the first award. It's for FUELD Conference Trendsetters to Watch. And please give a big round of applause to Ahmad Binasaka. Is he here? Is Ahmad here? Maybe he's out doing some networking. Okay, moving on to the next award. This award is FUELD Conference Trendsetters to Watch Award again. And this is for Alexandra Kamenev. Alexander is the founder and CEO of Nerdheads, a no-code web development agency that has over 13 years of IT experience. He managed Microsoft-based solutions at Softline Group, led business development at Devarashik, oh no, I've definitely not said that one right, and Delta Limited, and oversaw projects at Projectera and Journey Digital. Alexander is committed to demonstrating an app development and accessible to a broader range of businesses and prioritizing innovation, efficiency, and client centricity. Okay, we have another FUELD Trendsetters to Watch award, and this one is for Archan Chuduri. Please give him a round of applause. Arshan is the founder and CEO of Black Pearl DFIR PVT Limited. With over 12 years of experience, Arshan has excelled across multiple domains and areas of defensive security. He has held several leadership roles in security operations, including analyst, engineering, hunt, incident response, digital forensics, and malware analysis across diverse industries such as consumer goods, FMCG media, core IT, cloud productions, and physical stores. We have another award for FUELD Conference Trendsetters. Please give a big round of applause for Gerard Atoni. Gerard is the founder and CEO of DBTEZ Technologies Private Limited, with an impressive 27-year track record in the tech industry. He has significantly contributed to global powerhouses such as Oracle, Siebel, IBM, and Hewitt. His expertise spans critical domains, analytics, performance optimization, data engineering, data security, machine learning, and AI. Now we have the FUELD Conference Elite Organization Award, and it goes to Native. Native is a zero-trust application platform for Bitcoin, which brings IBC and programmability directly to Bitcoin. The team is building on zero-trust architecture by leveraging advanced 2PC MPC cryptophotography and a non-inclusive MPC network to access and control BTC, coons, ordinals, and anything on Bitcoin. On behalf of this organization, we have Siva Krishna Varma Sagaraju, the co-founder and CMO of the original organization to receive the award. Okay, back to the FUELD Conference Trendsetters to Watch Award. We have another award for Jayant Kumar Agarwal. Jayant is the delivery head at HSBC. He is a certified independent director and chemical engineer with 30 years of experience in the field of industrial yarn manufacturing, ERP project development and implementation, software development and portfolio management. He is also a certified SAFE Agile coach. Jayant supports multiple NGOs with environmental sustainability, water conservation and education for girls and underprivileged students. On to the next award. The Elite Organization Award is awarded to Mind Flares. Do we have Dr. Charbel Sajan to pick up the award? Okay, let's move on. Next, the FUELD Conference Trendsetters to Watch Award, Ranjit Singh. Please give him a big round of applause as he makes his way onto stage. Ranjit is a founder and CEO of From Axe LLC. It's an inclusive business executive with over a decade of experience leading and driving complex projects and products at a scale, with passion for building companies and coaching businesses to be high performance and high engagement. Ranjit believes in the power of informed decision making over reactive responses, as well as continuous learning. Another FUELD Conference Trendsetters to Watch award goes to Ronak Shith. Ronak is the Chief Marketing Officer of 361. With over 24 years of leadership experience in global marketing, Ronak has a track record of launching businesses, entering new markets, and supporting top-line growth. He introduced MarTech solutions for client acquisition, loyalty, and advocacy. He recently inducted into the Forbes Communications Council, and he was also recognized as a top 20 experimental marketing CMO at India's WOW Awards. We have another FUELD Conference Trendsetters to Watch award, and this one goes to Siddhartha Bora. They don't seem to be here, so let's move straight on. We've got the last award. Again, it's for the FUELD Conference Trendsetters to Watch. Please give it up for Vivek Nigam. It looks like they've deserted us. Please can we give a big round of applause to all our winners? And can we have them all on stage for a photo, please?